We're just setting everything up here. Give me 2 seconds while I get my head in the game here, folks. One moment here. Yeah, I'm just going to go ahead and set up my head tracking software so we can have the tracking the way we want it and how we want it when we want it. Good to go. All right, so let's start it up real quick. Come over to the DC battery power, and we're going to go ahead and do a test on it, make sure the voltage is good. Here we go, 24 volts, 13.7 amps. We're good. Standby power can come on, and the emergency light can come on. Immediately we have actually ground power available. Let's go ahead and start the ground power so that we can power up this airplane and come up here and align the IRSs. Straight to nav, DC on battery. There we go, and it's aligning. And before we set up anything else, let's go ahead and turn on the position light to standby. That shows that somebody's in the cockpit, and we're in the airplane and ready to go. Come down to the FMC, and we're going to do deposit it. We are KSAN for San Diego, and that's the reference airport. And we're going to go to page 2, copy the IRS GPS left position, put it in there, and that will set up the process for aligning the IRSs completely. I'm going to San Francisco today, KSFO. And I do use quick align on the Zibo. I don't use a real time because it just takes forever, too long. So that's what we use. Hey John, what's going on? I'll give you my specs here in a minute. Let me set this up before, and then once we get in cruise, I'll tell you how much specs I have and how I have it set and turned on and so forth. Because it does take a lot to run this stuff. Okay, come down here, set the parking brake, and that will bring in the jet bridge. There we go. And we're also going to start up the APU, turn on one fuel pump. And the reason is, let's check the temperature. At 15 degrees Celsius, a little bit cool. So we can use the APU to get the cabin to a decent temperature that we like. 1, 2, 3. The low pressure light comes on it. Turn on the electric pumps here while that's coming up. And we're going to get the windows warmed up in the meantime before we take off here. Alright, so that's set up. We are on Vatsim today, and before I put in any kind of flight plan or anything, what I want to do is check the ATIS and see what we're looking at as far as weather. And the San Diego ATIS, see if they have that online. Yep, 134800. Alright, let's go ahead and check the ATIS here.
San Diego INTL information alpha.
Clouds at 25,000.
2100 Zulu weather.
Temperature 15.
300.
Dew point -4. Altimeter 3023. Localizer runway 27 approaches in use. Departing runway 27. Notices to airmen. Departures to San Francisco. Expect delays or ground posts. Advise on initial contact. You'll have information yet. Line per field ATIS information Juliet. 00510. Wind 300 at 10. Visibility 10. Few clouds at 25,000. Temperature 15. 2.94. Altimeter 3023. Localizer runway 27
All right.
approach is in use.
Altimeter is
Departing runway.
3023 on the ATIS Juliet that we have. Let me go ahead and set up the altimeter, 3023. Here we go. So the altimeter is set up. And now we can go ahead and call for clearance. And once we get our clearance, then we'll start set everything else on the airplane. And San Diego, let's see who's on the line here. San Diego ground is 1239. Let's go ahead and ring them up. 1239. Good evening, San Diego ground, Southwest 2806, requesting IFR clearance to San Francisco.
Southwest 186, clear to San Francisco International Airport, Hydro to departure, IT transition, then is filed. Climb by the SID, expect level 3405 in the fast departure. Charge to frequency is 119.6, squawk 5764.
And it's clear to the San Francisco International Airport. Padres to departure, IK transition as filed, climb via the SID. I expect flight level 340, 10 minutes after departure. Departure frequency is 119.6, squawk 5764, Southwest 2806.
Southwest 2806, be back correct. Expect runway 27 for departure, flight is ready for taxi.
Runway 27 for departure, we'll call for taxi, Southwest 2806. Alright, perfect. We got our squawk code is 5764.
Evening ground, 631.5.
So go ahead and put that in here. The 764. Alright, good to go. Still on standby. And we're using runway 27, which is a regular runway here in San Diego. And everything is as filed, so let's put in the flight route real quick. It's not a complicated route at all. It's pretty simple. Padres to departure, but we're going to go to IK. And before we do that, let me just turn up the lights here on this thing.
Right, clear to stand brand via the Padres to departure IK, transition, then as filed, climb via the SID, 360, 5 minutes after departure, 19.6 on
There we go.
departure,
Can
and
hardly see the FMS.
5707
There we go. Turn
for
it up just a little bit.
31.5.
Even though it's daytime. Alright, so first waypoint we're going to be hitting is IK, I-K-A-Y-E.
Southwest 3866,
I-K-A-Y-E.
tower on 18.3.
And then from IK, we're going to go direct Rizin, R-I-Z-I-N. And then from Rizin, we go direct Splint, S-P-L-N-T. And direct Stoke, S-T-O-K-D.
We ground Southwest 235, ready for taxi.
And direct Surfer, S-C-R-F-R.
Roger, runway the 27, Southwest 2.
And that's basically the route. We're going to activate that. And come over here to departure. Doing departure runway 27. And that is going to be the Padres to departure. IK transition, runway 27. Sweet. Execute that. And the arrival in San Francisco, right now they're using 28 left on the Surfer 2 arrival. So do Surfer 2, 28 left, and Menlo transition. Execute that. And we are set up with our plan. Let's go ahead and skip through this plan real quick, make sure that we have everything set up the way it's supposed to be. And basically take off runway 27, Winfield, IK, Splint, Stoke, Surfer, Waves, Epic, Swells, Menlo, and into the airport. Good. Alright, so we are set up when it comes to our flight plan. So that's all in and ready to go. Put it back on map mode. Good to go. Now, let's also set up our fuel. While we're at it here, come over to extras, fuel, and we're using SimBrief for all our flight planning purposes here. And with SimBrief, we're going to be using 14,137 pounds of fuel. So 14.2 basically. And our payload is going to be, let's see, 42.3. So that's 147 Mach, and that lines up with what we have here in SimBrief. Perfect. Alright, so our fuel and our load is in. And gonna go ahead and start the boarding process here.
Tower 18.3.
Over the tower.
Just open the door so we can hear all the announcements.
18.3.
And this just give us announcements in the
Roger,
airplane. of
Mamba
people
Tower
boarding and stuff.
18.3, yeah.
It's good. The F-mod here is really awesome. Alright, back in the cockpit here. We got the flight plan in. Let's look at the departure and what's required for this departure. This departure is 2, so we can set up the CP above. And also we have the APU on, so let's go ahead and start the APU right now. Alright. APU is set. We can bring on the packs. And APU bleed. We can see the bleed duct pressure going up. And we can now go ahead and set the cabin temperature. And that will warm up gently on its own. Nice. Not bad. Alright. Also, come over here, turn on the no smoking sign. We'll leave the fasten seatbelt sign on for now. Alrighty. And then on our departure, let's see. With the Padres departure, basically we're going to be climbing on runway 27, and the top altitude is 15,000 feet. So we're going to climb heading 275 at 15,000 feet is the top altitude. Let's go ahead and set that. .275 on the heading. And then we can come down here to set up the V speeds. Let's go over to Zibo fuel weight we can put in there. The reserve is going to be 2.3. And based on SimBrief, the cost index that we're going to be using is 23 today. 2.3 reserves, 23 on the cost index. And the cruising altitude that we filed is going to be 340 up to San Francisco. Let's also go ahead and put in the cruise wind and the temperature. It's going to be 296.046. So out of 296, the wind speed is 46 knots. That's the prediction for the cruise wind going up there. And the outside temperature is going to be minus 59 degrees Fahrenheit.
With you, that's an IFR clearance of Las Vegas.
There we go. Execute that. And outside air temperature right now is 15. We're going to set it to 25. Give us a little bit of D-rate. There we go. Just use the regular outside air temperature, and then we can go ahead and D-rate it. D-rate 1 takeoff to 93. That will give us our flat 5 for takeoff. and V1, V2 of V rotate. There we go. So V1 is 139, 140 for rotation
Well,
speed,
ground,
and
contact
149 for
tower
climb
on
out speed. We're going to do
118.3.
149 plus 15 is 164. That's going to be our climb out speed. It's a comfortable speed to climb out at, minimum. Alright, we are almost set up here. Put that to RTO, and let's come down here again. And get the captain announcement going.
Fox, this is Captain speaking. We're just final preparation here for departure from the gate. Maintenance is wrapping up one final item that they needed to take care of before we depart. So pretty close to right on schedule. Should be just a few more minutes. Maintenance will wrap up, hand us our logbook, and we'll be on our way. Thanks for your patience.
Alright, it looks like the ground is closed. We're going to go into the San Diego tower here. 118.3 is going to be the frequency for tower. 118.3. And then we're going to set up our pushback and head out of here. Alright, here we go. Alright, don't really use a checklist on this. Just do it by memory. Scan the overhead here. Bring on all the fuel pumps. That's set. Yaw damper can stay off until the airplane is start up. And we have the cabin utility and galley on. We'll leave that on there. Come up here. Turn on the fast seatbelt sign at this time since the boarding process is over. And set the cruising altitude of flight level 340.
Tower, FedEx 3145, speed 2, taxi.
Just as a reminder, we cannot leave the gate until Karen items are properly put away. All overhead bins are
FedEx
closed.
3145, San Diego, American evening. Taxi too early, driven by a fox truck, early.
Alright, and let's go ahead and set up the pushback. I think we are all set and ready to go.
7 to be a fox truck. Control,
Ground
it's
to
FedEx
cockpit.
3145.
Please show me where you want to go.
This is going to be a tight little pushback here. Let's see if I want to go ahead and use that. Perhaps not. Let's set it up again a different way.
Southwest
Let's see.
235, contact departure 119. Yeah.
Yeah, let's set up this pushback a different way.
Departure Southwest
Pushback all the way
235,
over
yeah.
here. That's better. It's going to be a short pushback. I don't want to get pushed into the building.
FedEx 3125,
back here, and then
I'm showing you
Get
VFR
pushed forward to
1200.
about there. There we go. Alright, looks good. We'll use that
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Alright, here comes our tow truck. So we can go ahead and squawk mode Charlie down here and turn our anti-collision light on.
Over Squawk 5707, FedEx 3145.
FedEx 3145, I got it.
And here comes our tug. Alright, and we are ready to push. APU is on, packs are on, leads are on, so we don't need the ground power anymore. That will go off on its own once we turn off the parking brake.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Smaller electronic handheld devices may be used, however they must be switched into airplane mode at this time, and all calls and texts terminated.
Here comes our tug. Can't get over how good this Better Pushback plugin is. It's a free plugin, and it's one of the best for X-Plane for this year at least, man. I'm telling you, it's really good. It's so detailed the way it does it. Lifts the aircraft up and pushes it back.
So connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Alright, there goes the jet bridge.
Starting pushback. And you may start it.
And we're going to start our pushback now. Alright, let's get in the cockpit here. First thing we got to do is kill the packs so we get good pressure on the bleed system. And
Yeah,
we're going
tower,
to come up
FedEx
here,
Terminal
start
5 will be ready at the end.
engine 2. Over to ground.
FedEx 3145.
And we watch the N2 start rising. Yeah, the sound of this airplane is beautiful, man.
27
The
clear for
sound is
takeoff.
ridiculous.
FedEx 445.
And we wait until we get to about 23% on the N1. Put in fuel. There we go. Introduce fuel. Here's the EGT rising. N1 coming up. Awesome.
Giant 366. Target evening 1300 at 1.
Alright, starter cutout, and we can start engine number 1. Here we go.
Triple cutout starting.
And we got N2 rotation at number 1. Here we go. Starting up. And we can wait until we get to 23, put in some fuel. There we go. And watch as the N2 rise and EGD goes up.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Alright, 2 engines are ready. Let's go ahead and bring over the engine gens. Engine Gen 1, Gen 2. Come up here, turn on the window heat, turn off the AP bleed, turn on the engine bleeds,
Over
and
to
both
departure.
packs get
FedEx
combined.
445. Good night.
There you go. There you go. Alright, that's good. And then come down here, put these to continuous. And we're going to do a flap 5 takeoff. That's 1, 2, 5. Bring on our flight directors here.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal will be on the right. We'll see you next time and have a great flight.
Not a problem. And we're going to arm the LNAV and VNAV so it can give us vertical lateral guidance on takeoff and when we get there. And then we can go ahead and set up the trim. There we go. And there goes your pushback truck, all ready to go. There you go, buddy. Thank you very much. All right. Alright, and we should be good to go. Everything looks like it's all set up. Let me go ahead and just calibrate my joystick here real quick. Make sure we have it perfect for taxi. And calibrate this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I always try to calibrate every plane I fly. For me, the airplane just behaves better on the ground and taxis better when I calibrate it than when I don't. When I don't calibrate it, I run into all kinds of issues. Alright, let's go ahead and call over tower for taxi.
Giant 326 heavy wall from San Diego.
I love those announcements that the FMOD makes. And we have information Juliet. That plane just comes in. That's a 747 in San Diego. Wow.
I would like to park at
Crazy.
Carmen tonight for
They landed a 747 in San Diego. Wow. It's probably going to use all the runway. Definitely.
Giant 326 no problem. Actually, the ramp via Bravo 6 Charlie Hunt, full short of 27 Bravo 6.
Bravo 6 Charlie, hold short and move across.
And San Diego Tower, Southwest 2806 with Juliet, ready for taxi.
Southwest 2806 from 27 Texas, Bravo 6.
Taxi via Bravo, altimeter 3023, Southwest 2806. Here we go.
San Diego Tower, 788, taxi, elevation.
Perfect. All right.
Spirit Wing 788, Limerick target, runway 27, taxi via Bravo, give way to the Giant 747.
See Bravo, good way to 747.
747 is down there, so we're good to go. No traffic. Yeah, this airplane just gets better and better every time they update it.
San Diego Tower, Southwest 5952, push
Taxi is smooth.
Taxi by 27.
Engine sound and smooth.
Southwest
Everything's nice on
59,
it.
use squawk normal.
Roger that. Swapping normal Southwest.
There we go.
Southwest 5952, runway 27, taxi via Bravo, follow the Spirit Wing. B320 is going to be coming from your left, right?
Alright, only 275 Bravo, and we'll follow the Spirit Wing A320 in Southwest 5952.
Giant 326 heavy, runway 27, clear to cross.
Clear across runway 27, Giant.
All right, good to go. Looks like I'm in a race with this fuel truck. Wow. It's beating me. Now, by the way, I'm using the RG mod with the split scimitars and the upgraded cockpit with the start knobs that move, and then just the textures itself is good. We can go ahead and also kill the APU. We don't need it anymore. Doing a slow taxi today, not the typical Southwest taxi with those like 30 knots on the ground. It is really a joy and a pleasure to have this airplane and to be able to use it. It's pretty cool.
American 1738, you plan on pushing on Bravo. Correction, pushing on Bravo, sorry.
Beautiful. Alright, what was our departure frequency again? Departure frequency given was 119.6. Alright, cool. We'll go ahead and type that in here.
American 1738, pushing on Bravo, approved. Face east. All normal.
Alright, we have that in. Good to go. Yeah, this airport, if you guys are wondering, is a freeware by Mr. Rex Design. He does Albuquerque, he does LAX, he does Phoenix, he does Salt Lake City. Most of his airports are freeware. The only two airports I know that he's selling right now is Albuquerque and Salt Lake City. And they are beautiful, but this is all freeware, including the downtown buildings you're looking at there. I mean, you can't beat that for a freeware scenery. Look at the ground textures, the cracks in the pavement. This is exactly what San Diego looks like. No different at all. Alright, we've got another Southwest behind us. And another airplane. Well, we're going to be busy today. Definitely. Yeah, we got two airplanes behind us here. 3. Wow. So we're going to be in some kind of sequence. Alright, let's get the flight attendants to sit down. Bring on that light.
Please be seated for departure.
On that light.
Wind 300 at 10 runway 27 clear for takeoff.
Runway 27 clear for takeoff, Southwest 2806. And we're going to start the clocks here too. So we already got a takeoff clearance out of San Diego. Arm the outer throttle. Alright, so outer brakes, RTO, flap 5 is set. Right here, good. Trim set, lights are on. We can bring on the strobe lights. Good to go. Anti-collision is on, everything is on. We are ready to go.
American
Rock and
American
roll.
1738, runway 27 taxi via Bravo, follow the Southwest.
Man, this thing taxis really good.
United 783, Limerick Tower.
See if we can keep it going around here. A little bit of throttle.
United 783. United 783, are you ready to go to Tucson?
Nice.
Yes, we are United 783. United 783, follow the American 767 on Bravo to
Come on, keep it going.
follow the American on Bravo, United
There we go.
783.
All right.
You take care, have a good night.
Here we go, folks. 40% N1. Here we go. N1 set. And just make it a toga takeoff. 80 knots. Checked. 80 knots checked.
Remember, force air echo limit, sorry on the
V1. Rotate.
Sorry about that. Remember, tower force echo on.
Positive rate.
Remember, force air echo.
Gears up.
Oh, wind 30 at 10, runway 27, traffic on the park fire to your rebel.
There we go. Alright, so we're going to hand fly this up as much as possible.
2806, contact of departure, 119. Yep.
Over to departure, 119.6 today.
1,000.
Yes, Indigo Tower, jet.
21, so
Here comes the turnout.
altimeter, Lindbergh altimeter, 023. Information Juliet is current. Expect vectors for the visual approach runway 27.
Out of San Diego.
Alright, we'll expect vectors for the
Wow,
vision.
beautiful.
Delta 8871.
SoCal departure, Southwest 2806, 1900 for 15,000.
Southwest 2806, so call departure, radar contact.
Alright. And this plane does hand fly beautifully also. Here she goes. Wow. Alright, flaps can come up.
Alaska
And
1962,
maintain
track
230
12
knots.
9 miles. Westbound, Boeing 737, 4,000 for Portman Bay.
Alaska 1962, yes, we have 737 site. 2 o'clock.
Alaska 1962, number 2, clear visual approach runway 27.
Number 2, clear visual approach runway 27.
Alright, I got Alaska over here somewhere. I got him on TCAS. Alright, still hand flying at 4,000 feet, still following the SID. Going up to 250 knots. And the faster this plane gets, or the higher it gets, the more stable the flight model is on it. You don't have to do much to give it input.
So got approach, could someone get the San Diego altimeter again? The 8871, Lindbergh altimeter 3023.
Here we go.
3023 for Delta.
A little bit of trim. Keep going.
SoCal United 1673, 20.2 on Hawk.
Yeah, this is a rather simple departure here.
SoCal approach.
Wow,
Altimeter
look at that.
3023, information Juliet is current.
That is beautiful.
3023
That's
will pick up
SoCal for you.
Juliet.
Yeah, it's 1673, expect vectors from the visual approach runway 27.
Okay, well. Expect vectors visual 27, 1673.
West 2806, contact center 132.6.
Over to center, 132.6. Good day. Alright, let's put it on the autopilot here. We're going to go to center 132.6.
Hotel San Diego, Tower 118, put me by Alaska 1962, bye-bye.
Alright. Autopilot is in, and we're over to center. Hello Center, Southwest 2806, 10,000 for 15,000. Progress to departure.
Southwest 2806, Los Angeles Center, climb to maintain flight level 340.
Up to flight level 340, Southwest 2806. Alright, so we got clearance to the final cruise altitude, which is 340. We're above 10,000, and once we put the altitude in, we are going
Ladies and
to
gentlemen, the seatbelt sign will be switched off shortly. However, for your own safety, we recommend that you
Gears to
switch
off.
without losing fasten in case of any unexpected
turn
turbulence.
off all the
We
lights.
have an excellent
Los
team
Angeles
of
closing in about
personnel
2 minutes.
for any assistance you may require throughout the flight. Our in-flight entertainment has begun.
And this departure takes us all the way out over the ocean and then going north. And we got boats out here. Really, look at that. Sailboats. Man, only an X-plane. That's gorgeous though. It's a beautiful day in Southern California. It absolutely is beautiful. And those split scimitar winglets are really worth the RG mod. If you guys haven't got the RG mod for X-Plane, go ahead and get it. It's worth it for the B738 here. I donated about, what, 10 euros to get it, and it's worth every penny, definitely. Look at the wing flex while the plane is in flight. It's the gentle curve of that wing. Man, can't beat that at all. Yes, gorgeous bird. Alright, let's check a couple things here. Pressurization. Cabin is pressurizing, it's good. Cabin altitude is climbing. I'm currently up to 4,000 feet, so we know we're good on cabin altitude. We did set
Southwest
the
235, Los Angeles Center is completing radar
altitude,
service.
so we're
Terminated,
good.
change to advisory frequency approved.
Cabin temperature is about, yep, 24 degrees C. Perfect. Alright.
FedEx
Cabin temperature is perfect
3145,
the
Los
way I like
Angeles
it.
Center is
That's
closing.
good.
Radar service terminated, change to advisory frequency approved.
And we got traffic out here. Lots of traffic heading south.
Southwest 2806, Los Angeles Center is closing. Radar service terminated, change to advisory frequency approved.
Over 122.8, Southwest 2806. Good day. Alright. ATC
Attention,
signing
aircraft
off.
Los Angeles Center is now closed with 90159er Zulu, monitoring Unicom.
But we should have Oakland Center on. Once we get closer, we'll switch over to Oakland Center and hopefully get some ATC arrival into San Francisco. Extend the range on this. Good to go. And we are at 18,000 transition altitude. Go to standard. There we go. And enjoy the climb out. And it looks like coming up here is Catalina Island. It's a little island off the coast of Southern California. We're going to cross over it, I think, or close to it. It's pretty nice though. Alright, one final check. Forgot to bring the yaw dampers on. I don't make anybody in the back of the plane sick. Yaw dampers can come on, fuel pumps are on. And all the lights are off. We are set up and good to go. Fly the plane. Hey guys, and welcome aboard my stream. If you haven't joined me before, I try to stream at least 3 to 4 times a week. My name is Xplane1972, original username. But hit that subscribe button, you get notification whenever I'm going to be streaming and so forth. Okay. Yeah, John. For the Zibo mod, of course, it's freeware. You can donate to him, and I do because it's just worth it. For the RG mod that goes along with the Zibo, there's a basic RG mod which gives you the dark textures for the cockpit and some other things like that. But to get the split scimitar winglet 10 euros. That's the minimum. You can give more if you want. It also comes with the speed brakes. When they come up, it's modeled underneath the speed brakes for the hydraulics and stuff. It's a detailed model. And then also for the ground handling, the nose wheel steering and stuff, yeah, it's a little bit better. The handling is a little bit better, so that's the price of it. And Iris, as far as your first question, you were asking me what kind of setup am I running. Believe it or not, I'm running X-Plane, OBS so I can stream, head tracking software most of the time, not running it right now, and with ortho scenery, I have, let's start with my graphics card. It's only a 1050. It's only a 1050 Ti with 4 gigabytes of memory on it. Okay, and my my CPU is what is it? A i7 3.2 gigahertz. So it's not the best. So basically, I'm running like a 5-year-old system on this. But what I do though is I bump when I'm not streaming. I have HDR lighting on. Really and truly, you only need HDR lighting when you're flying at night, so you can get to build proper lighting and shading and textures and stuff like that. But normally you don't need that. When I'm streaming, I turn it off. But my graphics settings is on medium, basically, all the way throughout. I could bump it up higher when I'm not streaming, but for streaming, I bump everything basically to medium. I do have a plugin that gives me some better control over the graphics settings. It's called XPL settings, and you can adjust a lot of things about how the load distance of the buildings, the details of the buildings when you see them and stuff like that. I'm going to link it in chat here in a sec so you can see it. So for everybody's system, you really have to play around with what you got and what it's capable of doing, you know, and get the best out of it. But it's not a, I'm not using a modern system, not yet anyway, you know. Yeah, you're right, 10 euros is not much at all for getting the stuff you get for the Zibo mod. And the Zibo mod is free, but I donate to him, you know what I mean? The guy is worth it. You know, we spend $90 on a airplane add-on, which is worth it, but you're getting a similar quality at this point. You know, you're getting a similar quality for nothing. So dropping a guy 10, 15 bucks, it's not a bad thing at all. Not by any stretch of the imagination. So, yeah. Yeah, this Catalina Island right here. There's an airstrip over here that you can land. A lot of GA airplanes go over from the mainland. Fly over from over there and go over. Alright, let's see. We are, let me put in the airport so we can see where we are. Alright. LAX is out there 30 miles away. Alright, good. Alright, 28,000 feet. We got about 6,000 feet to go to cruise altitude. Then the total flight time today was going to be around, let's see, 1 hour 15 minutes total flight time. Yeah, normally I use head tracking software when I'm flying, but for some reason I couldn't get it to work today, and I didn't want to screw around with it anymore. So, you know, let me just get started flying here. That's what I did. But normally that's what I use. I like the freedom of not having to use the mouse to pan around the cockpit and look at stuff. This will work for today. There's some announcements here from the captain. Let's see, menu, extras. One thing I don't like what they did with the last F mod for the sounds. The captain's announcements used to play automatically, and for some reason now it doesn't play automatically anymore, and I don't know how to get it to do that. And I don't like the fact that they took that ability away from us. Yeah, unfortunately, John, graphic card prices have gone up way, way, way up now because of Bitcoin mining and stuff like that. It's ridiculous, the prices of them. So you're gonna have to wait or get it secondhand before you buy another graphics card. I've never seen anything like that. It's the craziest thing. Who would have thought that Bitcoin would raise the price of graphics card? Like, ever. But at the time I bought the 1050, it wasn't a lot, you know, but it was definitely needed for what I wanted to do with it. Alright, here's LAX right over here. This is LAX right there. You can actually see planes on the ground. Wow, look at that. Runway 25 left and right, runway 24 over here. That's the tower. We got planes at the gate. That's pretty cool. Man. This sim is boss, man. I tell you, this sim is nice. It's a ridiculously clear day in Southern California. I landed here a few days ago and it was overcast all the way, clouds everywhere. Now I'm basically looking for miles, few clouds in the sky. Let me jump over to the co-pilot seat here. If I was flying for real life, I think I'd be looking out the window all the time. Alright, so this flight's pretty simple. Just going to be flying up the coast of Cali, South Cal to North Cal, basically. You can imagine this view in real life. Just sitting over the wing, or sitting over the engines, and then looking at flying over LA. This LA basin right here is so crowded. And this orthophoto scenery just gives it life, you know. The hills overlooking LA up here. I remember landing in LA, man, and the haze layer was ridiculous. You could actually see going through the haze. That was back in the day, some 20, 25 years ago. Alright, I'm passing through some clouds. Alright, we are at cruise altitude. Let's get our captain here to make some announcements.
Cruise altitude now. It should be a relatively smooth flight. Seatbelt sign is off. Please only move around the cabin when that sign is off. And anytime you your seat, I do request your seatbelt test regardless of the seatbelt sign. Get up, get a little closer. Meanwhile, please sit back and relax. Enjoy the trip with us.
Yeah, I need to find a way to make these captain announcements play automatically again. They used to in the past. Not sure what happened. There's a manual that comes with the FMOD sounds, believe it or not. I just gotta read it, I guess. Can you even hear the ambient sounds of the passengers in the cockpit? That's also crazy. You can hear that. Alright, let's check and see how long we're going to be in cruise for. Alright, we got 164 miles to go to top of descent. 2303 Zulu. Okay. So we're going to be descending in about 18 minutes. Yep, in about 18 minutes we're going to be descending. And let me go ahead and plug in the ATC for Oakland Center. Looks like Oakland Center might be offline. Wow. We got Oakland, San Francisco ATIS is in. We got San Francisco Tower approach and departure, but we don't have Oakland Center. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up the ATIS for Oakland here. The ATIS is 133.8. 133.8.
Left helipad closed. Advise on the missed contact. You'll have information November. Los Angeles International Airport.
I'm sorry,
information
that's
November.
LA ATIS. Looking for San Francisco ATIS, 118.85. 118.85. There we go.
28 right. AFFC system reviews. Activate transponder with mode C on the taxiways and runways. Please make of the runway holding instructions as required. All aircraft are required to include aircraft call signing or reflex and acknowledgements of ATC instructions and clearances. Advise on initial contact. You'll have information mic.
Information mic.
Cisco International Airport Native Information mic. 01560. 1270 at 15. Visibility 10. Your clouds at 2000. Your clouds at 2700. 20,000 broken. Temperature 11. 2.5. Altimeter 3031. Simultaneous flight management system quiet with visual runway 28 right and ILS or nav runway 28 left in use. Landing runway 28.
Alright, we have information mic. Altimeter is going to be 3031, and we're going to be landing on 28 left on a visual. It says quiet bridge visual. So 3031 on the altimeter. Let's go ahead and preset that. 3031. Perfect. And also we can come down here and set up our landing. We're gonna do a flap 40 landing. So it's gonna be 40, 141 is the landing speed plus 5, so 41, 45. Set up for the ILS 28 left, just in case we need it, but it should be a visual landing. And that's in. Let's make sure we have that set up. 10955 is the frequency. Come down to the radios and set that up. 10955. Here we go. And then the course on that, it's saying it is going to be 286 on the course. Let me just double check that with the charts. Make sure that's going to be correct. And 28 left, ILS. Frequency is correct, and the course is 284. That's what I thought. It's usually 2 degrees off on this plane for some reason. So that's good. Alright, so we're set up. We have the ATIS, we have the altimeter, we have the runway set in, and the landing speed that we're going to be getting. So that's set up and that's ready to go here. Got an airport down here. Where is that? KSBA. Okay. It looks like all the good views are over here on the right hand side with the mountings. Man, look at that. That's beautiful. Yeah, this ortho scenery is gorgeous. This is a ZL zoom level 15 for flyover country, and it's perfect. Don't need anything more than that for ortho. Then around the airport, it's a ZL 17 and 18. Surfer 2 arrival. Let's bring up that chart. The only thing that's missing from this airplane, man, would be an electronic flight bag in the cockpit. Some kind of EFB sitting over here on the window or something, just like the FFA320. You have one of those in the cockpit right here, or on the scratch board right here, we are good to go. If we ever get one of those, this airplane would be a must-fly every day. Definitely would be. Also, by the way, John, with that RG mod, look at these textures. These textures come with it. These cockpit textures come with it. Versus the plain old vanilla textures. Textures all over here. Comes with the RG mod. You know, we never turned off the fasten seatbelt sign. We did not. go, guys. Seatbelt signs are off. Sorry about that.
Ladies and gentlemen from flight deck, I'm turning off the seatbelt signs at this time. However, as we cannot predict when there may be unexpected turbulences ahead, you should always do as you do up front and keep your seatbelt fastened when you are in your seat. Enjoy the flight. Thank you.
Also brought on the terrain radar for the descent to make sure we're not going to be running into any mountains. So we've got the terrain, we've got traffic on the ND there. Pretty nice. Alright. Well, it looks like we only have San Francisco Tower online at this point. Everybody went offline, but it's fine. This descent and landing we can do on our own. We don't need ATC vectors that badly. Oh good, you found the link, John? Yes. Yeah, that's it took me a while to trust that link, you know. But it's PayPal you use, so you're kind of protected sending some stranger money. Basically, once you send the money, you request entrance into the forum that has the full download link for the full FMod. So just drop the guy a private message on that website after you send him the donation, and he will give you access to the main website that has the download link to it. And he responded pretty quickly. I mean, within a day or less. So it's good to have. It does. Yeah, that website does look shady. That brown bar in the middle of the screen, it's an overlay that I've been working on. See if I can turn it off. Give me a sec here. That's all it is. It's all the overlay I've been working on. It's not final yet. Yeah, I've been messing around with overlays to see what kind of overlay I'm going to add to my streams. And so I haven't decided what to do, so I just put it there for now. But that's all going to be changed soon. I just started streaming maybe not even a month now, to be honest. Or maybe about a month or so I've been streaming. You know, streaming is new to me. And it just adds that extra dimension to my flying, you know. I've been flying these airliners for a couple of years now since I got X-Plane. And then I decided one day, you know, hey, I like the company. I like to share what I know. I like to share my flights. And they get recorded on YouTube. And I say, hey, I'll stream. So now that I'm streaming, I'm learning a lot more about overlays and all kinds of different things, you know. So I'm learning a whole new thing. So it's just another dimension to being on X-Plane. What I really want to start doing though is again is the GA flights. The guy who designed the better pushback plugin that I use, the pushback from San Diego, and also he does work on the flight factor. He's designing a TBM 900 turboprop, and that's going to be study level turboprop, and I'm going to be getting that plane as soon as it comes out. I'll be flying that too. Yeah, John, I appreciate the sub, definitely. I do try to make the quality as best as possible. You know, playing around with sounds and frame rates and adjusting this and adjusting that. And it's a learning curve, you know, when you just start streaming. But I always want to present something that I realize that there's a lot of people in Explain or Flight Sim who knows a lot already. And most of my streams are not for those people. They already know a lot. Also, there's a lot of new people coming into Explain right now. And I look at the forums all the time, and they have a lot of questions that at first you're like, man, you should know that. Why are you asking that question? But then you realize that they're new. You were new to at one point, and you had a lot of questions. Now they might seem silly to you, but it's not silly to the guy who's just started flying. I mean, I remember the first time I went from a Cessna to something bigger than that, and I was confused. And the forums helped me out. I read a lot, so this is what my channel is about right now, is for people who want to get in the airplane, see some step-by-step instructions, and hopefully can learn a thing or two from me. And so I appreciate you watching and tuning in. And yes, I do watch when I'm at work. I do watch other streamers when I'm at work, most definitely. I can tell you that as a fact. When I'm at work and I have some downtime, I pull up a stream, whether it's Twitch or YouTube, and I watch some people pass the time away. Alright, we got about 60 miles to top of descent. 66 miles to go before the descent starts. And looks like we lost all our ATC coverage. Ah, no big deal. It's cool. Would have been nice. Oh, it is Explain 11. My bad. Let me update that. I just saw that. Explain 1. That is funny. Explain 1 would be like a 8-bit graphic or a 16-bit graphic. Thank you for pointing that out to me. Sayami, hope I'm pronouncing your name properly. Sayami 274. Stevo1 Knievo. I've been a subscriber of Stevo1 Knievo for about a year now, and yeah, I love his flying. He's got a TBM 850S. Flies out of Opelika in Florida. So he's one of my favorites. I mean, he's very thorough in the way he explains stuff, the way he talks you through his flights, you know. Now he's doing raffles, and he's got people flying up front with him. Also, I subscribe to P1D, Premier One Driver. He flies a private Premier One jet. He's pretty cool. He explains stuff anyway, sets up the cockpit with the cameras at the different angles. So when that TBM comes out, the guy who's making it, Todorinko is his name. Todoritko. He streams the development of it while he's programming the airplane. He's streaming. It's in not in beta yet, but some people have been flying it around, and it's very detailed. That airplane is very, very detailed. Alright, let's check to see where our descent is. 45 miles coming up. Alright. Looking at the constraints of the flight plan, we're going to be descending, crossing Surfer 320, crossing Gnarly above flight level 200, below waves 190. So we'll go ahead and reset the MCP altitude for flight level 200 for now. And it's funny going back and forth between the Airbus and the Boeing. I'm a strictly Boeing person until the Flight Factor came out and I grabbed it. I'm learning that plane so much, but it's so different. I don't want to use the word backwards, but the philosophy between Boeing and Airbus is completely different. With LNAV and VNAV, all you got to do is reset the altitude and the airplane will start descending on its own. That's the Boeing. With the Airbus, you have to make it descend. You got to tell it, hey, I want to go down now. That's the funny part of the Airbus. Okay. One thing we got to set up on the landing is just the landing altitude. Sea level 50 feet. That's good. Also, we want to set up the auto brake. Long runway, so we'll do auto brake 1. That's fine. And before descent, we always do a recall check. Make sure everything is done. So we got the speed put in the box. We got the auto brake set up. We know what our flap setting is going to be. We have our altitude set for landing. And then we just start descending. We're going to San Francisco. We just took off out of San Diego, Southern California, about 42 minutes ago. And we got about maybe 30 minutes. We're going to starting descending here in a few minutes. We're going to be descending in, let's see, how many minutes to go? 23:08. Yeah, we're going to be descending in about 4 minutes into San Francisco. And should be doing a visual approach and landing there. I like to hand fly this airplane. I like to hand fly all the airplanes I fly. On takeoff, I'll try to fly up to 10,000 feet if it doesn't get busy. And on landing, as soon as I have the visual on the runway or lined up with the ILS, I'll take over control and land it manually. Your name is pronounced Shame? Really? Shamey? Shame? Thanks for joining, man. I appreciate it. Alright. If anybody knows of a way to get the FMOD to make the captain announcements automatic like it used to be in the previous version, let me know, please. Now we gotta select it and play it. We gotta play.
Should be relatively smooth flight. Seatbelt sign is on. Please only move around the cabin when that sign is off. And then come in your seat and you're equipped to your seatbelt vest about you regardless of the seatbelt sign. If you have paper closure, meanwhile, please sit back and relax. Enjoy the trip with us.
That is an aircraft carrier. That's not what I thought. Look at that. We got an aircraft carrier down there, streaming below us. Good old X-plane. Wow. Awesome. Yeah. That's the one I want to play. There we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again from the in-flight deck here, we're on our descent. Seatbelt signs will be back over our rattle. If you're up and about, please turn your seats, fasten your seatbelts. Still showing well ahead of schedule. Thanks again for something. Have a nice week. I'll go to air very shortly.
Yeah, it's pretty good that these guys capture like real life sounds from a flight and put it on the FMOD sounds. The IXCG has good sounds. It was one of the best sounds in X-plane for any airplane when it came out. And I gotta say, the FMOD sound at this point, in my opinion, is either the same level or a little better. So I was reading on the forum that they're gonna redo all their sounds in the F-mod format. Give them more flexibility and more abilities, just like this plane. It's going to take a while though, but they're gathering everything for it. I read that today, that they're going to put the F-mod type sounds in the IXCG, even though the sounds that it has now is good. So that's something to look forward to if you guys fly that airplane. And I love that airplane, man. It's pretty good. Overhead looks good. Now, something I learned from another real-life pilot. He's a 737 captain, and he's streaming. And he mentioned that this lower screen here that has the flight control information and the engine information. He said that after startup, and everything is good, here comes our descent. They turn off the screen, and the reason why they turn it off is that anything abnormal happening to the engines, it will pop up on the screen and show you. So they keep it dark, and then if they see it pop up, they know there's a problem that they have to look for. That I just learned. Alright, here comes a retard of the engines, speed is dropping, and then we're going to have the VNAV profile starting to head down here shortly. Go. We are start our descent.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, we're just about to begin our descent, and I will be turning on the seatbelt signs shortly. So please return to your seats as soon as you can. Thank you.
Yeah, this here also is another little gem that I use. It's called 3J Cabin Sounds, and you can also put customized playback with save the videos, all kinds of announcements in it. You can also set it up to make the announcements automatically too, but I haven't had time to play with it, but it's pretty good. I use it when I fly planes that don't have any announcements, like this one. I get spoiled now that the Zibo freeware can do announcements. So when I'm flying any plane that doesn't have them, I feel left out, you know. And usually those planes are like 80, 90 bucks, and they don't have that in it. Makes you wonder. And that is gorgeous there. Yeah, what a beautiful day, man. California. That's some good 20-mile visibility there. Alright, and we are on the VNAV path. Descent is good. Yeah, I'm gonna land it manually. Definitely manually. Yesterday, for the very first time, I did an auto land. I did the flight factor from Salt Lake City up to was it Alberta, Canada? Yeah, Alberta. And we got into Alberta, and the weather was crap. It was basically rain and snow. I had a 25 knot crosswind. I had a go around because I came in too high, missed a profile, had to go around, vectors back to land, and we're coming in, and I was like, all right, you know, I'm going to take over and land it at about 1,000 feet or 500 feet. No, never happened. I did an auto land, very first time, and I needed it. I don't think I would be able to land a plane. You know, auto land is something that in a sim I'm not really fond of because, you know, it kind of takes the joy away from flying, you know, or hand flying. But it was necessary yesterday. The video is up on YouTube, by the way. It's one of my videos I posted. It's a part 1 and a part 2, and it says Salt Lake to Alberta. So the second video, the part 2, you can scroll all the way to the end and watch the auto land, and that was on the flight factor. That was pretty good. I've never done an auto land on the Zibo here at all. Yeah, maybe one day I'll try it. But as far as I know, it's pretty simple to set up. You put the ILS frequency into both radios and the course into both radios, and it should say Cat 3 auto land, and you're good to go. But I won't try it this time. Let's see if I can challenge myself to land this plane as best as possible. That's what I want to do. This is what always amazed me. Look at this. Look at the shadows in the cockpit just from the sim. You know, it's almost like real life. The sun strike, the yoke, speed brake handle, the throttle, you know, over the radios, on the seat. A lot of times I look at this stuff, I can't get over it. Like, wow, this is actually a desktop simulator on my computer in my house. It's beautiful, man. Gotta appreciate this stuff. Yeah, John, there is a, it's not a key command. You can actually set up on your yoke or on your joystick a button to press, and you can map it to that. It's called servos toggle. It's not autopilot on and off. I think it's called servos toggle or something like that. And as a matter of fact, hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it for you real quick. Right here, if I click this button, it says servos toggle. Number 3 right down here. It will disconnect the autopilot for you. So that's what I use to do it. Give me 1 second. Hey guys, sorry about that. I am back with you here. Been flying the plane, but I had to take a phone call that was coming in. Yeah, the altimeter was 3031 in San Francisco, and the weather there is good. It's good weather, so we should be able to do a visual landing from a good ways out. Yeah, the Vatsim event did end into LA and into San Fran, so that's what I started out at. But I got the tail end of it. Okay, but I'm back with you guys now. Alright, here we go. Now we're getting up to 10,000 feet. We've got to go back to 250 knots. This airplane should automatically slow down and reduce speed at that altitude. And then it's kind of a steep drop into transition into Menlo to get the ILS 28 left. But I'm gonna auto land. I'm gonna manually land it anyway. Got some traffic out here. 5,000 feet below me, ahead. Okay, no factor on the traffic. Yeah, that is gorgeous here. All right, let's put our landing speed over here. So it's going to be 146 for landing, so we're fairly heavy. Set up for the ILS 28 left if we need it, but we're not. And we're going to come up on 10,000 feet and turn on the lights here. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about VNAV sometimes is that it slows you way down in the descent. It seems like it takes forever, but I guess it's the way it does an idle descent or something like that, you know, to save on fuel, or that's the way it is in real life. Yeah, there's somebody up ahead there about 5 miles out. They're landing out there. Alright. 4,700 swells, 4,000 at Menlo. Eddy above 6,000. I'm going to take it all the way down to 4,000. And see if it handles the profile decently. If not, I'll take over and manually handle the descent on my own. Because this speed should be dropping. Okay, there's a speed dropping. Let me get some speed brake out to help it. There goes the speed brake. Speed's coming down. Perfect. Nice. That's beautiful. Alright, coming back to 250 knots. Awesome. Alright, so the speed's coming down nicely. .230 on the speed. Speed brakes can go back in. Awesome. No, I can't dump fuel. The payload is, what was it, like 54, something like that. Hold on, let me look at SimBrief and see what the payload was on this. The payload on this flight was 42.3, 42,000 pounds. So that's why the V-speeds are so high. Alright, airplane's behaving nice. It's still on profile. We do have one traffic ahead of us here. He is, what, 5 miles, 7 miles out ahead, 15 miles out. Alright. Airplane is obeying all the constraints. And we forgot to turn on the lights, so we're going to turn on the inboard lights here. These are the fixed ones. Seatbelt sign is on. That's good. And let's make the final announcement. Alright, and that's to prepare the cabin for landing. Alright, so at Menlo we want to be at 4,000. Looks like we're on speed on profile, that's good. Alright, I'm going to manually take over the speed here. Bring it back to 210 knots. I want to slow it down all the way. Need that speed brake again. There you go, reel it in. Also, just to get the VRR look set up there. Go. We got traffic up ahead. Why is that? Speed's coming back to 210. Get the flap, one notch of flap out. Speed's coming back nicely. And actually we have the localizer right there already. Bring it back to 180 knots. Let that traffic ahead go. Oh, got turbulence. Wow. Look at that wing flex. That is rough air, man. Jeez. And there's the traffic up ahead. There he is, right there. Alright, 4,000 at Menlo. We have the localizer, we have the glide slope. And once we get established, we're going to go ahead and take it over here. We can now bring in the speed brakes. We can arm the speed brakes. Speed brake armed. Turn on the landing lights. Continuous. Set. Yeah, traffic is still ahead of us, so we're going to be landing behind him. That is a, what, Delta? No, American Airlines. Wow, okay. Good deal. Alright, speed's good. Localizers armed. Let me come down to 3,500 here on the vertical speed, just to be below the glide slope, if needs be. Always like to pick up the VOR loc before we pick up the glide slope. And you could see San Francisco off in the distance over here. Nice. Alright, descend it to 3,000. And there's the airport, right there. Here's a localizer, here's a glide slope, and let's arm the approach. Good to go. Reduce speed 170 knots. And we're on glide. Alright, let's fully configure this airplane. Gears coming down. Speed brakes arm. Landing lights are arm. Bring it all the way back to our final approach speed, which I said was going to be 141 plus 5, 146. Get flaps out. And we're going to be, that's flap 25. Flap 30. And we still have the airplane ahead of us landing. There he is. He's just on the runway. 2 airplanes. Wow. And flap 40. Alright, flap full. Gear down, 3 green. Yeah, definitely, Matthew. A lot better than last night's flight. We got 2 airplanes. One just got off the runway. That's the American. And this one is over 28 right. That's another American. And we're on glide, on path. Alright, and let's see if we can manually land this thing. Alright, autopilot off. Auto throttle off. We got manual landing here. On the glide. And she's flying nicely. The wind was 260 at 10, gusting 15, so it's basically directly down the runway. A little bit high, no problem. Maintaining good speed, good. A little bit of nose down trim, a little bit high.
1,000 feet stabilized, Mr.
1,000 feet checked. Come back onto speed. Turn off the flight director also. Alright, 1 right, 3 reds, nose back up. Oh, this guy's crossing a runway right now. Really? Do I have to go around? Come on, guy. Get off the runway. Welcome to Vatsi. Alright. He's off the runway. Not bad. Alright, slowing down nicely. Let it roll out across one left, one right.
80 knots.
Okay, I'll take that landing. Not bad at all. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to San Francisco International Airport. Alright, we can bring up the flaps. Stow the speed brakes. Bring on the 8PU. Turn off the runway lights, landing lights can come off. Taxi light can stay on. Turn off the pitot heat and the windshield heat. Don't need those anymore. And we're going to taxi to our gate up here via Alpha. Alright, not a bad one. I will take that flight any day. Yeah, thanks, John. Much better than last night. Last night I had to go around. We could also turn off the terrain radar, and the weather radar can come off. Turn off the traffic. And we have APU. Switch those over. Yeah, guys, this plane is fantastic. Way, 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 way better than just a month ago. Much less a year ago when this started, when X-Plane 11 came out. This plane is beautiful. Beautiful to hand fly. Easy to keep the speed, the V-speeds up when you're landing with the throttle. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Alright. Flaps up. Lights off. And welcome to San Francisco. This is another freeway airport by Zibo. Not Zibo, Mr. X. And he does these airports so good. Let's see, we're going to put it over this gate over here. Yeah, I guess there's no shame in a go-around. At least I didn't plant it on the ground. You're right. I don't want to go around, I just want to land the thing. Come on, ground handling, you can do it. There we go. Perfect. I'll take that. Parking brake set. Engines can't come off. Good deal. And the seatbelt signs can't come off. Anti-collision off. Seatbelt. Perfect. Here we go. Stop the clock. Alright. 1 hour, 17-minute flight out of San Diego up to San Francisco. And I like it. I will take it. We are all set and good to go here. And we can deplane our passengers. Listen to those engines spool down. Welcome to San Francisco, guys. Beautiful flight. I'll take this flight any day. I almost feel I want to jump into another airplane and do another leg. What do you guys think? We could head back down to San Diego in the flight factor out of San Francisco here. Sounds like I'm up for that, as a matter of fact. You guys want to do that? Let me know. Or should we take the Zibo back down to San Diego? But this time I'm going to go on Pilot Edge so I can have ATC coverage out of here. But before we do that, let me disconnect from Vatsim and do the mandatory replay. See how that landing looked. Let's do a wing view on that landing real quick. Here we go. Hey John, for another 2 hours, you know what? Let me take this plane back down to San Diego. Why not? Let's do that. The weather is beautiful going down there. This time I'll jump on Pilot Edge so I'll have ATC coverage. Alright. You said Airbus. Alright, we'll do the flight factor. No problem. We'll jump in that and get it fired up and take it down to San Diego from San Francisco here. We should be getting close on this. Land, land, land. Here goes the reversers. Awesome. Let's do the other wing. A lot of aileron input here. Keeping it. Look at the shadow. Wow. That is beautiful, man. Alright. One last one and we'll go ahead and jump into the Airbus flight factor. Let's do this one for my favorite landing position. Here. Yeah, I gotta give Miss Zibo some more money for this plane. Definitely. It's well worth it. Steady, steady. Ah, nice. Almost lost it there with the rudder, but hey, recovered. Alright, he says let's see the Airbus. Not a problem. I'm gonna go ahead and restart the sim and jump in the Airbus itself. Give me a second here. Let me just switch this over to that so I can go ahead and quit and restart the sim and bring in the Airbus, the Flight Factor 8320. Yeah, I'm restarting the sim here, guys. It'll take a few minutes to come up. And let me put on some music in the meantime. Yeah, the center line is hard once you touch down. Maybe it's the joystick. You're right, John. I don't know. I keep working with it and see. I'm gonna invest in a yoke one, in a separate rudder pedal one of these days, man. Alright, let me go ahead and update the stream too. We're going to be in the FFA320. From KSFO to KSAN on Pilot Edge. There we go. Also, I need to file a flight plan. Let me go to my trusty sim brief here and create a new flight plan. And we're going to be flying my favorite Delta livery here. We're almost there, guy. We're loading up, explaining with the flight factor. Just a couple more minutes while I go ahead and file this flight plan, which I'm sure they're going to change it on Pilot Edge, but hey, it's all good. I have 4 videos with explain 1. Alright, I got to go back and change that. Shame. I got to look over all those videos and see what the hell's going on. 370. Good, good. Alright, so my flight plan is filed on Pilot Edge. And while we're doing that, we're going to bring up the chart. Yeah, for some reason, because I'm running ortho scenery, it just takes forever to load up these tiles. That's the only thing about it. But it's coming up. And I see people who have SSD drives say it makes no difference. The drives are fast for the computer, but loading up stuff, I don't know, I guess in the graphics card takes just as slow. Alright, here we go. Here comes the sim. Come on, XN Enviro, load already. There we go. Okay, so we're all loaded up at the Delta gates here in San Francisco with the Flight Factor 8320. And let me go ahead and turn this music down or turn this music off and jump into it right away. And he says, yeah. Alright, and also let me set up my head tracking here too while I'm at it. Feel kind of strange flying without it that last flight. Wasn't too bad, but I didn't realize how much goes into setting up a stream or setting up for a stream. Here we go. Got my head tracking back. Awesome. Alright. Flight Factor A320, guys. Let me give you that flight attendant shot. This is what you see, or this is what you see when you walk into the cockpit for the first time. You can go through the doors here, go into the main cabin. It has a business class section, economy section, and all that stuff. We're going to jump back up front and open up the doors and all those things. Let's do that real quick. And let's provide the ground power first. But come up here, hit the batteries. 1, 2, and then we should have external power coming up here shortly. Let's see. Yeah, we did turn it on. And now we didn't. There we go. Let's turn it on now. Yeah, X-Plane does have multiplayer. It's called, geez, I'll tell you the name of it, but you can have some planes, not every plane does it. They have to specifically write the software for each individual plane where you can have two pilots in a cockpit and both flying online and in sync with each other. It takes a while to set up, but it does work, and I've seen it. And maybe that's something I want to do one of these days going forward. Alright, power's in the airplane. Let's align the ADIRS's nav, nav, nav. And then let's come down to the, not the FMC, but the MCDU. And put in our position in it. KSFO to KSAN, San Diego. There we go. And it just says align IRS, good to go. Alright, so we are aligned. We'll leave the rest of this for later on. We are actually Delta 2806. I always come back to that page later on to put in everything else. Alright, we're good to go. So, let's call the fuel truck. We're at a gate, so let's call the gate config, which opens the door right there. Perfect. And call up the cargo loaders so we can get cargo. Jump back out the airplane. You see the cargo loaders there for the baggage, and the front door is open. Now this fuel truck though, this fuel truck is almost as big as the airplane. It's some Russian fuel truck, man. Look at this. It's huge. They need to change that. That just doesn't make sense at all. While we're at it, we'll go ahead and connect to Pilot Edge. Connect. We're at Delta 2806. Hopefully our flight plan is in. You're right, Dream Fleet. 1987 airplane, and we're still raving over it. You know, it's a good plane. I mean, again, I'm a Boeing person, but I gotta give this plane its respects and its props. It's beautiful. And we can turn on the emergency light, arm the emergency lights, turn on the nav light, and turn on the no smoking sign for fuel. We'll leave the seatbelt sign off for now. And also, let's check the temperature in San Francisco. Right now outside it is 10 degrees. So we're going to need to warm up the cabin. I'm just going to turn on the APU and have the APU do that. 1, 2, 3. And the APU should be starting up right there. Should get the flap open, and then we should get the N1 rise. Here we go, flaps opening. And the APU is coming up. Alright. In the meantime, while that's coming up, let's come over here to our browser, pull up the charts. And let's bring up San Francisco, where we are. SFO, good. And let's get our location up too. Alright, here we go. These are the gates we're on right now on the airfield. Perfect. And let's bring up another tab and bring up SimBrief. This is where we set up our flight with our fuel and our loads and everything like that. Log into SimBrief, X-Plane, 1972. Yep, what did I do? Go back over here. Oh, we didn't log in. Okay, here we go. My flight plan. Alright, it's going to be a 1-hour flight from San Fran to San Diego. That's not a problem. We'll file flight level 370. Probably a little bit ambitious on the flight level there, but we'll change that later on if we have to. Offshore 1, MK transition, direct LAX and COMIX 1 arrival. And here's all the particulars for the flight. And let's go ahead and load up this fuel. We're looking at block fuel is 5.5 on the block fuel. So go over to the service data, fuel, 5533, set that. Passenger load on this flight is 118 passengers. Come back to service, packs, 118. Not a full flight, but almost full. Got some seats on board. Go to the perf data here. And yeah, John, this is in the game, man. It's got a full-fledged browser on the EFB, electronic flight bag. Right now our ZU fuel weight is 52.7. Let's see what SimBrief calls for. 56.1. And we're at 52, so we just need like 3,500 more pounds. Cargo. And let's make this 4. Set. So back to perf, 55.2, 0 fuel weight. In the browser, 56.1. We can put 1,000 more pounds on there. I can't do maths. No, make that 5. Okay, 56.2. Perfect. And we have it here is 56.1. Alright, so we're good with the weights, we're good with the passengers, we're good with the fuel. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and just ask the fuel truck to get out of here. Remove the cargo loaders, remove the fuel truck. We'll leave the door open for now because we have to board passengers. Back to the browser. Let's bring up our charts for San Francisco. We are flying on Pilot Edge, so we're going to need to have all the radio frequencies available to us. And the first one is going to be San Francisco clearance. It's 118.2. 118.2.
We're 313 Whiskey Charlie, code right Kuna, cross Kuna at or above 12,000, clear
San
VOR,
Francisco
runway
on.
1 approach.
And good evening, San Francisco clearance. Delta 2806 requesting IFR clearance to San Diego.
The 2806 San Francisco clearance clear to the San Diego Lindbergh Airport offshore 1 departure, Mickey transition, then is filed. Climb via the SID, except maintain 10,000. Departure frequency 135.1, squawk 5116.
Clear to San Diego, offshore 1 departure. Mickey transition as file claim, but SID maintain 10,000. Departure frequency is 135.1, squawk 5116. Delta 2806.
Delta 2806, read back correct.
Alright, we do have our clearance, which is good. And from the clearance, what we got is the squawk code 5116. Put on all traffic, TARA is what we're going to use. Alright, no, clear, 5116. Perfect. Alright, so squawk is in. And the altitude he wants us to be at is 10,000, so let's put that in here. Good. And then what else did he give us? Is climbed by the SID as filed, departure frequency. So let's come down to the MCDU. We're going to take off out of San Francisco. You know what? Before we do that, let's look up the ATIS. This is some serious flying here. Go to myflightroute.com. Yeah, thanks, John. That's practice. And sometimes I screw up on those readbacks, but hey, what can I tell you? And let me go ahead and play the ATIS here, see what we got for it.
Approach runway 28 left in use. Quiet bridge visual approach runway 28 right in use. Departing runway 28 left. 28 right. Read back all
Number
runway assignments
47332,
and bold
Yakima
short
clearance on
instructions.
request.
All VFR departures,
For the
contact
47332,
clearance
clear to
delivery with your
Tri-Cities
aircraft
Airport,
type, initial
not
heading,
just for
and requested
departure.
cruise altitude. Operate transponder
Tri-Cities
with Mode C
transition
on
and
all
then direct.
taxiways and runways.
Maintain 7,000.
Advise on initial contact you have Kilo.
Squawk 4001.
San Francisco International Airport Information Kilo. 0
November
to 56 Zulu.
4732, clear to
Wind
Tri-Cities, such as
to
for
70
departure,
at 1.
Tri-Cities transitions and direct,
Gust to 8.
maintain 7,000
Visibility
and
10.
4001.
Few clouds at
Yeah,
1,900.
332, read back correct.
20,000 scattered.
765 Foxtrot Golf,
Temperature
contact
10.
NorCal approach
2.5.
120.905.
Altimeter 3032. Tiptoe visual approach runway.
Alright, so we have the altimeters 3032. Let's go ahead and set that here. 3032. Good deal. Alright. It's saying now we have Kilo, 28 left and 28 right as a takeoff. Let me look at the departure here and make sure that departure that I filed can handle that. And that's the SID. Offshore 1 departure. Scroll down to that. Where are you? Offshore 1, offshore, here we go.
765 Foxtrot Golf, NorCal approach, Roger, Modesto altimeter 3028. VFR traffic is...
Because normally, based on where we are at the airport here, we would get 0 1 left or 1 right, but he's saying the offshore 1 departure is what we're going to get. And basically, it looks like it's a vector departure. I don't see anything off the ground. Let's see what it says. Offshore 1, left 1 left or right, climb 333, intercept San Francisco radial to Septi, cross 16,000, or 28 left and right, climb on San Francisco radial 281 to cross Senzi. So assigned by ATC. Alright, so he's going to tell us. The ATIS did say 28 left or right. I am going to put that in. If we have to change it, we'll just go ahead and change it for now. Alright. And normally for a takeoff, departure out of here is 28 left. So let's go to 28 left. Offshore 1. Okay. That's MK. Transition is already in there. From MK is the direct
Flight
LAX.
6603, go ahead.
Okay. And then the arrival is a Comix 1 into San Diego. Always runway 27.
Continue for runway 26. If the approach controller is to initiate a different runway, he'll let you know.
Ooh, do I have the Comix 1?
Frontier Flight 6603, and you can contact
You know
Albuquerque
what?
approach 123.9.
I don't have the Comix 1 arrival. Ooh, that's a problem. I don't think I have the last up-to-date AIRAC for this airplane. I have the Barrett 5, Bayview 5, but I don't have the Comix 1. Why does it give me the Comix 1? Let's take a look. Sim brief here real quick. See what runway they're saying that we're going to be landing on. Sim brief
Flight
is
6603,
putting us runway 27.
Approach, altimeter
Comix
3003. Fly
I don't
present
have the
heading,
Comix
vector
1
visual
here.
approach runway 8.
I'm going to have to call up ATC and see if we can change that. Alright, let's go over here. And see if we can edit this arrival, get a different arrival and ask
Frontier Flight
ATC
6603, descend and maintain 9,000.
edit flight plan. And let's see if we can pick another arrival. Off MKLX Hubrid 1. Let's see if that's in the FMS here. Hubrid 1 is in the FMS. Not a problem. San Francisco clearance, Delta 2806 with a request.
Delta 2806.
The arrival that I filed into San Diego is not available in my FMS because of the airplane I'm flying, but I have a Hubrid 1 arrival. Can I use that instead?
Stand by.
Roger. Please say yes. Generate OPF. Yes. See if that changes anything on the weights and fuel and stuff. Yeah, that's the bad thing. Navigraph is what I'm using for the charts and stuff, and it's a wonderful service. But I gotta tell you that they drag their feet on the AIRAC for this airplane. They should have had an AIRAC ready to go for it. They don't. It is coming. They say it's coming. I believe it that they're gonna have it ready. So I'm flying like one generation behind. I did buy one cycle of the Aerosoft pack, and it gave me for January but not for February, so that's why I'm missing the Comix 1. on it. Let's see.
Delta 2806, amendment to your routing, advisory to copy.
Ready to copy Delta 2806.
Delta 2806, after Los Angeles, will be the Hubbard 1 arrival.
After Los Angeles, Hubbard 1 arrival, Delta 2806. Thank you.
Delta 2806, roger. And then in the future, you might want to think about updating your navigational database, because a lot of these older procedures that are available on the database that's currently on the aircraft, in fact, many of them they've already been removed from service. So in the future, you won't be able to use them at all.
Roger that. We'll update the software next time. Thank you, Delta 2806. That's Pilot Edge for you.
If your flight 6603 or
all right, Hubbard 1 is in. LAX transition. And let's go back to the setup page. Let's do some editing here. We're going to get rid of one of the LAX. We don't need it. Clear out the discontinuity. And there's the entirety of our route. But we can check that here. Let's go to the plan page and start scrolling through and see if that's everything is right. We got one more discontinuity here. Let's clear that too. What is that for? There we go. That's better. Okay, so taking out of San Francisco here on the 28 with vectors or the 0
Added 350
got
or
the
still at the
Senzi,
center. The
intercept,
center handles the approach and departure.
back to Whammy, Seagull, Cypress, going south, MK, LAS, Otis, Hubrid, Tory, and then out to the west and come back for runway 27. Alright, I'll say that plan looks good to me. Let's go ahead and insert that. Perfectamundo. Okay. Let me just let my passengers know that we're going to be boarding and we're going to be out of here soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome aboard from the flight deck. This is your captain speaking. I want to thank all of you for being with us today. We're just getting the last of the luggage stowed on board and we should be departing on time in just a few minutes. I will be speaking to you again later on, so thanks again and enjoy the flight.
Yeah, John, I need to get with the program, don't I? Don't have the right AirAC software. Alright, sim brief. It says that we are going to need 10 on the cost index. It's kind of slow, but alright, we'll take it. Fuel savings there. Flight level we filed is 370. We might not make it up there, but we'll see. It's a 1-hour flight, basically. Go to the next page. We're going to request the weight, which I think was 57, 56. There we go. Perfect. Got that set. Alright, good to go. And go over to the perf page now. Transition altitude is 18,000 feet. And we're going to flex it at 45. I'm sorry, make it flex 55. We don't need all that power. Long runways here in San Francisco. Come to the perf tab and it'll give you the trim. Up 0.9 is the trim position. So it's going to be a flap 1 takeoff.
Ready for taxi.
Up 0.9.
47332, Yakima ground.
Yeah, all this stuff is required in order to fly Airbus properly. And I don't know the half of the stuff about this plane yet, but hey. And the V2 speed, 136. VR 132, and we make 130 for the V1. Okay, and that is set up. We are good there.
Mitsubishi 3
and
Charlie
CD
Kilo
looks like it's good.
Albuquerque Center.
Let's go ahead and turn on the APU bleed. Get the cabin temperature under control. We don't want it too hot, so let's cool it down a little bit. And if you come down to the air condition panel, you can see that the cabin is going to be warming up. Cockpit is already warm. And we warm the middle cabin and the aft cabin.
63 Charlie Kilo Albuquerque Center, roger.
Alright, perfect. Let's see. We can bring on the fuel pumps. All of them, even though we're not going to be using the center ones. And all lights have been extinguished on the overhead panel. No white lights, so that's a good sign. And with the Airbus, the way to tell that you've set up properly, you have the dots beside the speed, the lateral navigation, and the altitude. So it's in managed mode. I'm learning that stuff.
Sure, flight 6603, contact Albuquerque Tower 120.3.
I basically learned to fly with X-Plane and watching YouTube videos. I used to work for the airline way back, a career ago. Did a lot of jump seat riding, but never flew. Probably wanted to be a pilot, but never did it. Did a different career. But just picking the stuff up as I go and making mistakes and crashing and stuff.
Clear to land.
First plane I bought was a Gulfstream. What was it? A G4 Gulfstream on X-Plane. I still have it, and I look at it now, going, "Why did I buy this plane? It's not even close to being ready for anything. It was that bad. It was ridiculous." Second plane I bought was the Challenger 300, which I still have, and I just updated it for X-Plane 11. That is a good plane. I'm gonna go back and start flying that too. 41,000 feet cruise altitude on that, Mach 0.82 or Mach 0.85 I think you can go to. So that's one that I'm gonna be doing. All right, I think our plane is set up. Let's set up the pushback with the Better Pushback plugin. So the guy who designed Better Pushback plugin designed the announcements for this airplane, like the RAS and stuff, and he's doing the weather radar for this airplane, which is not ready yet. All right, let's see how we're going to be pushing here.
How do you read? Foreman 26266.
Wow, that's some kind of complicated push, but we'll take that. That's what I used the last time. Push all the way back, then pull out to the
Southwest
right.
2945, descend to the Ping 1 arrival, runway 7 right transition.
Alright, and while the tow's driving up, here he comes. We can go down here and make sure we go to arm the transponder.
Southwest 2945, descend via the
We're
Ping
gonna
1
go
arrival,
here
runway 7 right
and
transition.
close up the door. There goes the door, it's closed. And we can turn off the ground power because we're on APU.
Southwest 2945, Albuquerque Center.
We can also turn on the beacon light since the doors are closed, and we're going to get ready to push back. Seatbelt signs can come on.
Tower, November 47322, runway 22, ready for departure.
Yep.
November
That's all we need to do.
47332, Yakima Tower, runway 22, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 22, cleared for takeoff, November 47322.
And we can watch the tug hook up to the airplane. And that right there is also.
Albuquerque Tower.
Go ahead and connect, sir.
Frontier 6603, clear runway 8 at Echo 8.
Frontier Flight 6603, roger. Are you parking at the terminal?
That's the plan, Frontier 6603.
Okay, you've turned the wrong way if you want to do that. Let's see, taxi via Echo, Charlie to the ramp.
Alright, hook up my plane.
Cross runway 21, approach area. Correction, cross runway 21 and hold short.
This thing is so amazing, man. It really is.
Echo Charlie
the level of
ramp,
detail they have on it.
Hold short runway 8, Frontier 6603.
There's a guy sitting in there too. He's gonna drive it back.
No connected and bypass been inserted. Ruby, parking brake.
Alright. Here goes the brake, here goes the jet bridge. He'll wait until it moves away a good little distance and he'll start to push. There he goes. And here we go. Alright. Starting to push back. Let's turn on the ignition. Let that come up. There it is. And then we can start our engines. Also, let's go back over to the browser because we're going to be switching over to the ground frequency here in a sec. Ground is 121.8. 121.8. And then while that's doing that, let's start up engine 1. There we go. And you can see N2 is coming up, so that means the pressurization is set properly. And we'll watch it rise until fuel is introduced by the airplane. Whoa, what do we got going on there? Oh, that's my head tracking. Alright. And there goes the EGT, so the fuel is going in. And if you take a look at the wing out here, notice how the aileron is drooping. Once that engine is good to go and ready, it will pressurize one of the hydraulic systems in this plane, and it will just, you will actually hear it. Not sure if you can hear it on stream, but you'll hear it and it will pop up. GoldenEye villain. Yes, he does. Come on, truck. There you go. Stop. Perfect. There it is, right there. That's good to go. And let's start engine 2.
We're 313 Whiskey, Charlie radar service terminated, contact Jackson Tower.
And we got
18107.
into rotation. Yeah, we really should be watching these engines when it's starting up, because
Alaska 554,
if they
contact
over
Seattle
temp on the
Center,
EGT, burn up the engine.
135.15.
But luckily, this plane don't have failures, so that's a good
We're
thing.
47332, contact departure.
Departure 7322.
Jackson Tower, Twin Comanche 313 Whiskey Charlie, VOR DME runway 1, circle of land 19er.
313 Whiskey, Charlie Jackson Tower, runway 19er, clear line.
Yeah, he's driving
Clear to
his
land
tug.
runway 19er, 313 Whiskey Charlie.
47332, Chinook departure, radar contact.
Alright, nice pushback. Off this gate
United
here
350,
and
contact
pull
Denver
forward.
Center 133.67.
Alright. Second engine is coming online and being available. There it is. Start a cutout.
Let's go 554 Seattle Center run.
Engine is good to go. We can turn off the ignition. And so now we can turn off the APU bleed. We don't need it anymore. We can also kill the APU.
Set parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Headed 350 Denver Center run.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
And he's disconnecting the tow. In the meantime, it's going to be a flap 1 departure. Let's watch the flap come down. There we go. Beautiful. Alright. Let's flap 1 position. Then once he drives away, and also set auto brake to max for takeoff. Nose wheel steering is on. And APU is coming off. There we go. Come on, guy. We gotta go. We gotta go.
Disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Awesome. Wing Viagra. That's funny. Here he goes. Alright, so we can turn on the taxi light so we don't blind him. He will actually tell you if your light's on that he can't push you back because you're blinding him if you ever have it on by accident. Alright, thank you, guy. Thanks for the push. Perfect. Alright, we got taxi light set. We got the trim set. Let's do that. Let's first of all check the controls. Aileron left, right, up, down. And then the trim was up 0.9. Let me just make sure. Hold on. Trim was up 0.9. Up 0.9 on the trim. Up 0.9, there we go. Good to go. Alright, and we can also arm the speed brakes. And we'll do the takeoff config test. Check. Config's normal for takeoff. So we are ready to go. We are ready to taxi. We are on the ground frequency. And also, let's put this tower frequency in standby. And the tower is going to be 120.5. For Pilot Edge, I want to have all this stuff ready to go, man, because they're sharp and they'll hold you to everything. Yeah, definitely. Scenery from X-Plane 10 can be used in X-Plane 11. As a matter of fact, even way as far as X-Plane 9 scenery, you can use in X-Plane 11. Because a bunch of my sceneries I got before I got X-Plane 11. You know what I mean? So, yeah, you shouldn't have a problem using that at all. Alright, here we go. Did we even play our safety demo? No, I didn't need that.
May we have your attention, please, for the following presentation about safety on board.
Alaska 554,
Your hand
descendant
luggage
pilot's
must be
discretion,
placed in
maintain
the
flight level
overhead bin
240.
or under the seat in front of you. It's forbidden to place hand luggage in front of the bulkhead seats or the
San Francisco ground, Delta 2806, spot 5 with Kilo, red for taxi.
Devices is prohibited during taxiing, takeoff, and landing. Personal electronic equipment, such as
Delta
telephones and
2805,
wireless
San Francisco
transmitting
ground.
devices may not be used at any time during the flight.
Runway 28 left,
Please
taxi
fasten your
via
seatbelt
Alpha.
now as we're taking off.
Foxtrot 1, Foxtrot, cross runway 1 left and runway 1 right.
Alpha, Foxtrot 1, Foxtrot, cross 1 left, 1 right. Delta 2806 or 2A left. Okay, so we did get 2A left. Perfect. That's what we set up
Whenever
for.
the fasten seatbelt sign is on, the use of the lavatories is not permitted. For takeoff
So
and
this is
landing,
Alpha here.
make sure that the back of your seat is in a fully upright
I haven't taken off from 2A
so
left
that
in
your
here in a long
cables are
time.
folded away. Secure infants with the infant's belt, which will be distributed by your flight attendant if needed. This is a non-smoking
what's going on with my nose and
Smoking
steering?
is not permitted at any time on board. Smoking in the lavatories is dangerous and will activate a
Whatever
smoke
it is.
alarm.
Okay, good.
If cabin pressure is lost, oxygen masks will be released automatically. Pull the mask towards your face and cover your nose and mouth. Then help children and other
Okay,
passengers.
so Alpha, Foxtrot 1.
In case of impact on land or water,
Okay, it's
position
coming up.
yourself as shown on the screen. You may use either position.
This is Foxtrot 1, I
to
think. Yep.
evacuate the aircraft. Follow the illuminated escape path markings. The emergency exits are identified by
That's
exit
Foxtrot.
signs
Perfect.
and are located as shown on the screen and the safety on board card.
No traffic on the left. Good to go. And we're
Southwest 2945, contact
instructed to
Albuquerque
cross
Center
1 left and 1 right.
128.45.
Awesome.
Or below the armrest.
Approaching 19 right.
Hold the life jacket
No
over
traffic.
your head and attach the strap.
No traffic.
Do not inflate
And we
the
are
life
supposed to
jacket.
turn on
Southwest
Strobes
2945, Albuquerque Center,
and crossing
contact
runways.
Center on
Hold the strap until the life
128.45.
jacket is properly adjusted. If the life jacket does not inflate or needs more air, blow through the rubber tube. Infant life jackets will be distributed.
Southwest
if required.
2945, Albuquerque Center.
In case
Approaching
of emergency
0,
on water,
1
the
right.
evacuation slides will serve as
Alright, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and
The safety on
recal
board
my
card shows
joystick
the
here as soon as I
various
cross the
Southwest
runway.
2945, Albuquerque Center.
Please study the card carefully. In an emergency, you must follow the orders given by the crew.
Let's go ahead and stop here for a
Thank
sec.
you for your attention.
Put on the brakes. And let's recalibrate joystick.
47332, Roger.
Müssen Sie sich an die Anweisungen der Besatzung halten. Wir danken für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit. Pour de plus amples informations, veuillez vous adresser à votre personnel de cabine. En cas d'urgence, vous devez suivre les instructions de l'équipage.
Number 47332, turn right heading 130, radar vectors, Pasco.
Di contattare il personale di cabina.
Finish that.
In caso di emergenza,
Want
è
to edit
obbligatorio
servos
seguire le
toggle.
istruzioni
Hold on.
dell'equipaggio. La ringraziamo per la sua attenzione.
A320. Hold on a sec.
Southwest 2945, Albuquerque Center.
You know what? There we go. Montney, FFA320, autopilot, side stick takeover it's called. That's what I want to set. Side stick takeover left. Apply. Done.
Jackson Tower 20
Perfect.
Comanche 3 Whiskey
There we
Charlie,
go.
clear of 19.
I just set up my
taxi
joystick to
the ramp.
do the proper side stick takeover when I disconnect the autopilot. Alright, let's continue our
20
taxi here.
Comanche 3 Whiskey Charlie, taxi to the ramp via Alpha.
Taxi via Alpha 20 Comanche 3 Whiskey Charlie.
Beautiful airplane. Very nice. here. That's what's on our charts, is it?
For 47332, fly heading 120, join Victor 204 to Pasco and resume navigation.
There we go. We're good to go. Perfect. And let me go ahead and switch over to tower frequency. Once we straighten up.
November 623 Charlie Kilo, contact
Taxi at
Denver
20
Center,
knots, slow it down.
Correction, 127.02.
Alright. And he said departure frequency was 135.1. Come on, get back on the taxiway. 135.1.
623 Charlie Kilo, Denver Center, roger.
Okay, here we go. We're on tower and departure setup. Good. Always try to stay one step ahead of the airplane and ATC when flying with Pilot Edge, man. These guys are sharp. There we go. All right. All right, so we can bring on these lights. Bring on the strobe is already on, beacons on. Ding the cabin crew. We are ready for business. San Francisco Tower, Delta 2806, ready to go runway 28 left.
Delta 2806 San Francisco Tower, wind 270 at 21, gust 28, runway 28 left, cleared for takeoff.
28 left, clear for takeoff, Delta 2806. And we can start the clock. Good to go. And we
approaching 28 left.
It's a beautiful day in San Francisco, man. We could see all the way across the bay to downtown. Look at that. Stadium and everything. Alright, we're going to take off, hand fly this up to 10,000 feet if we can. And hand over to the other pilot after 10,000 feet. Man flex 55. Here we go.
Knots.
Checked. It's windy.
V1 rotate.
Alright, slowly bring the nose up. Hold it up there. Positive rate. Gears coming up. Here goes San Francisco. Awesome. We will take that. Perfect.
Delta 2806, contact departure.
Over to departure, Delta 2806. Look at the shadow. Departure. Departure Delta 2806, 1500 for 10,000, MK1 departure. Try to climb back. That was a bad announcement.
Delta 2806, NorCal departure, radar contacts, climb and maintain flight level 190.
Flight level 190, Delta 2806. Ladies and gentlemen, that voice you just heard, that is Keith Smith. He's the owner and founder of Pilot Edge, the network I'm flying on, so I'm going to have to be really good now. Alright, flap came up. Still hand flying the airplane up to Senzi. Ah, that is gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Let's take a shot here. Here we go.
Yeah, 350, roger, have a good day.
Yeah, that is Keith Smith. He's the developer and owner of Pilot Edge Network, and he's working tonight. This is good. Alright. I am hand flying the airplane right now, but I have to tell you, it is very easy to do. You don't have to trim it, it's auto trim. You just point it where you want it to go, and it will do it for you. Very nice. Oh, look at that, look at that, look at that. Alright, coming up on the first left turn. Here we go, following the flight directors. Pitch the nose up a bit, maintain the speed, and
that's 5 Roger.
We are good in the turn. I love looking outside, guys. I do apologize. Look at the ortho scenery with the waves down here and the water edge. That's the airport we just came out of. And that's the mountain range for San Fran. Wow. That is beautiful. You can't beat that. That's a screenshot.
Gonna treat Charlie Kilo. Got a second?
Alright. Turn's good. Straighten it up. We're at 6,700 feet.
Thanks. I need you to copy down a frequency, see if you can raise a pilot.
7,000 feet, 3,000 to go. We'll
frequency change
put it on the autopilot.
There's about 250
got to turn
miles
on my
from you,
terrain
maybe
radar.
higher if you're able to
There
reach
it is.
Let me know when you're ready for the frequency.
And we climb out.
See if you can reach southwest 2945 on 135.87. And if you can, reach him, ask him to come up on... Step by.
Look at the water's edge, man.
Ask him to contact
I spend half
Phoenix
my time just looking out the window when I'm flying, when I have ortho scenery installed.
You can come back to this frequency.
There we go. We are good. This is why I guess they call it the offshore one departure, because it really goes offshore. 9,000 feet. Alright, let's stick in the autopilot here. And let's start prepared to clean up the airplane. And we can check number 1, see the cabin altitude is climbing, which is good. So the pressurization is going good on that. At 10,000 feet, which is coming up, we can go ahead and start turning off the lights. We don't need them anymore. And we can ding the flight attendants. 10,000 feet, they can get up and start their business and whatever they have to do. We do have some constraints on the speed on this departure. We can go to 280 knots at Seagull, so up to Whammy is 250.
Up to 2806, contact Oakland Center 128.7.
Oakland Center 128.7, good day. 128.7. Oakland Center, Delta 2806, climbing out of 10,100 for 190, offshore 1 departure.
Delta 2806, Oakland Center, climb and maintain, flight level 230.
Flight level 230, Delta 2806. 230, there we go. 23. Alright, it's going beautiful so far, perfect. And with Navigraph, you can actually follow your takeoff, and with some of the charts, we took off out of San Francisco, we made a left turn, we're going to go to Cypress, Seagull, and down to Mickey, and down to LA. So you can monitor it right on the FB. It's pretty good. Yeah, you're right, John. The planning of the stuff here is part of the immersion, I guess. I mean, if you could just jump in and press one button and you're flying, what's the point? You know, I guess some people will enjoy that, but setting it up and setting it up right, because you know if you don't set it up right, you're going to be screwing up some way and you have to start all over again. So the setup does take a while to be done. It really does. And that's part of the enjoyment. And Max, you got a question. What's that question? Yeah, go ahead and type your question in chat, Max. Alright,
Okay,
and we
go
can
ahead.
also disarm the ground spoilers. That's good. We are set there. And we're at 280 knots. We're climbing up to flight level 3230. So we're going to get further clearance to go up even further there. And on the overhead, did I forget anything? Nope. We are good to go. As a matter of fact, John, a lot of times why I don't do flights over 2 hours sometimes is because I used to do 3-hour flights before. Not in the 4-hour range. 3-hour range like Fort Lauderdale to New York. And at some point it gets boring, you know. I hate saying that because a lot of guys do long haul flights and they absolutely enjoy it and love it. But for me, and this is pre ortho scenery days.
So
at least with ortho scenery, you can basically look out the window and look at new places that you've never seen before and know it's real.
The 47322, yeah, the tech route was not designed with the ILS approach feeder route altitudes in mind. So that route is only
I like to set up
cleared for the ILS approach from that point. If they want to do that, they'll just climb in.
Keith is teaching today.
Ask 554, contacts.
Coming up
Seattle
on transition
Center
altitude, 18,000 feet.
Delta 2806, contacts Oakland Center 127.45.
Over to Oakland Center 127.45 today. On 2745.
Record 427 Oakland Center, hello there. Last 554, Seattle Center, at pilot's discretion, maintain flight level 190.
Oakland Center, Delta 2806, flight level 1884230.
Delta 2806, Oakland Center, hello, climb and maintain flight level 370.
Going up to flight level 370, Delta 2806. 370. Alright, so far I haven't got yelled at by Keith yet, but that's good. Alright, let's back to our outside view. Let's see. Yeah, Max, that is true. What happens with delivery is that the default 737 comes with an American Airlines livery, and everybody or most people who creates a livery actually goes over that American, so you can faintly see it underneath. There is a way to get rid of it. I saw it on the org forum before. I don't exactly remember the procedures or where, but there is a way to get rid of it. If you Google it, you'll be able to find it. But yes, there's an American livery under the under most paint jobs or liveries that the guys do, but there is a way to get rid of it. I think you have to create like a base white livery first and then put it in the livery. So it's true. I've seen it before. Yeah, it definitely depends on who makes delivery. If it's just a basic person with a paint kit, without a paint kit, they'll just put it over it and they'll show it through. But some of the guys do it good though. Yeah, 45 minutes to an hour and a half flight is pretty much a sweet spot. 30-minute in climb, 30-minute in cruise, 30-minute in descent and land. Hour and a half. I mean, that is the sweet spot, definitely. I am who I am. Yes, man. I was watching Captain Canada's stream earlier on today before I jumped online and started flying. I had to donate to him because that running out of fuel, or nearly running out of fuel, and that epic landing in Bogota today was brilliant. It was really nice to see because we were all saying, hey, he's not going to make it. He's not going to make the runway with the amount of fuel on board. For you guys who don't know, Captain Canada was streaming earlier today and he basically forgot to refuel at one of the stops, and when he took off he realized that he almost didn't make it. He landed with 460 kilograms of fuel, not 4,000, 400 kilos of fuel he landed with on a awesome landing. So I had to give him a donation, man. It was pretty cool.
Cessna 47332, Chinook approach. Thanks for Zulu. The Tri-Cities altimeter 3010 expected.
Max, put it in Google search. Put American Airlines livery issues X-Plane 11. When I'm searching for stuff for X-Plane, I always type out what it is and then put X-Plane behind it. 90% of the time it comes back with something in the org forum relating to that. That's usually how I start my search. And I got pretty lucky over the years. Or there might be a livery section just for there's a livery forum in the org store. I'm sure if you scroll through you might find some stuff for the Zibo. So check out the livery forum. I don't think it's specifically under the 737, but there's a livery forum on the org. Check that out. You might find it. And for the guys who are just joining us, don't forget, hit that subscribe button for me. I usually try to give notification before I start streaming, anywhere between 30 minutes to 50 minutes before. And you can get to join me on my flights. You know, we can hang out and have fun and watch me fly these birds around and pretend like it's real. And sometimes have epic failures or epic victories like I had yesterday with bad weather and going around. It was pretty funny. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and turn out the fast seatbelt sign a little bit earlier here. We have
Ladies and gentlemen, from
nice weather.
I will be turning off the seatbelt sign shortly. We've got a top-notch cabin crew to serve you, and they should be able to begin that great service very soon.
Yeah, we're still on the departure. Yeah, John, watching and waiting to see if the flame out was going to happen. Yeah, he could have not done that any better the way it is. Actually, I'm going to go back and watch the video maybe tomorrow or something just to see it again, because you have to see it to believe it. You guys can check out Captain Canada's YouTube channel. He does live stream on YouTube, and the last flight he did today, it's going to be available online sometime. Just watch the last flight and you could get an idea what was going on with the fuel situation and trying to land the plane and pulling off an epic landing, basically. You know, it was awesome. It was really good to see. Alright, so the offshore departure is taking us back onshore now. It literally means offshore. You go offshore San Francisco and come back onshore. I guess that's why they call it offshore departure. We are away from land, still climbing. Last time I forgot to turn off the fasten seatbelt sign. I'll turn them off early now.
Ladies and gentlemen, from flight deck, I'm turning off the seatbelt signs at this time. However, as we cannot predict when there may be unexpected turbulences ahead, you should always do a front and keep your seatbelt fastened when you are in your seat. Enjoy the flight. Thank you.
Here we go. Seatbelt signs come off. Let's check the cabin temperature. 23 degrees. Perfect. Nice and toasty.
Cessna 332, fly heading 080, vectors, visual approach.
And we got enough fuel on board. 4,000 pounds.
Cessna 332, actually disregard, remain on the airway for now. I can't turn you due to the minimum vectoring altitude coming up shortly. 332, disregard the heading instructions, just continue along Victor 204.
The step climb thing that SimBrief asks for is basically the weight of the airplane. Normally, with the 737s and the small Airbuses, single aisle airplanes, you shouldn't get a step climb. But if you're doing long haul flights, 6 hours or heavy, you know, with a 767 or 777, it is going to ask for a step climb because you're just too heavy for the engines to push you, to get you right to cruise altitude right away. So you got to step to a certain altitude, burn off fuel, and then when enough fuel is burnt off, you step up again. So I'm figuring that's the reason why SimBrief suggests a step climb. Not sure what airplane you're flying, but that that's usually why. It's just weight. Can't go from takeoff all the way up to cruise altitude with all that weight, with all that fuel, mostly. It's not even passenger and cargo weight, it's fuel weight.
Yes, get approach.
That does that.
Bravo altimeter 3034, expect vectors ILS runway 14.
Yeah, we did see these clouds coming in over San Francisco. Should be clearer down south, hopefully. So we can get a nice visual approach into San Diego. You know what? I'm going to ask for an amended
Ask 554, descend
cruise height, because top of descent is coming up 22:53. What time is it now? 22:25. So about 30 minutes to top of descent. We're about 10,000 feet from top of climb. Yeah, we should be good. Yeah, alright. 65 miles to Mickey. So we should be looking at, let's see, where's top of climb? Just before Mickey. Mickey's at 2234Z. Top of descent is 22:53. So about 20 minutes cruise. Okay, we're fine. We'll do 370. Sounds easy to throw some passengers off instead of burning fuel. You know what? Believe it or not, in real life, airlines kick passengers off for weight and ballast issues all the time. Is anybody willing to give up their seat? We'll give you a free round trip voucher. That's because they toss they want to get rid of people because it's too heavy. The cargoes actually give them more revenue than people sometimes. So people they will throw people off the airplanes at time. It is true.
Ask 554, turn right heading 320, vectors final approach course.
Alright, weather is clearing up nicely. I'm gonna ask for 350. Oakland Center, Delta 2806 with a request.
Go ahead.
Can we amend our final cruise altitude to flight level 330?
That's 2806 and then flight level, climb and maintain flight level 330.
Climb and maintain flight level 330, Delta 2806. Yeah, 370 is too much for a 1 hour flight. Because we are only doing 700 feet per minute on this climb with this weight that we have on board. So get to 370 was going to be too much. So that is amended. Yeah, we were having top of climb and top of descent almost meet each other.
Record 427 North approach cross
See,
Boulder,
where would I go to change the...
Okay,
330. Yep, it's already in. Predicted to 330.
Good see you.
Good. Alright.
I knew it was you all along, I just didn't want to get too excited too quickly. So let the tension build.
There we go. Good. Alright, back overland. Small patch of non-ortho right here.
So 332, descend and maintain 6,000.
Yeah, flying has definitely changed a lot. Back in the day when you were flying, I mean, you just had to dress properly to come on board the airplane. And now people show up on the airplane in anything, almost naked sometimes. You know, it's not the same. It's like a bus now. And then now everybody's got an emotional support animal. I've seen service animals throughout my life and my career, and service animals are needed. They are trained. They take years to train them. They cost thousands of dollars. And they come on board the airplane and they just sit there. They don't go to the bathroom. They don't bark. They don't make any noise. They're there to support the person. Now these people bring on anything and call it an emotional support animal. That's wrong. That's just crazy. And these animals are biting people now. Seen happen with Delta, happened with American, happened with Southwest. Some kid got bitten by a dog on Southwest like a couple days ago. It's changed. It's crazy now. And you can buy those stupid vests offline and put it around the dog and say, yeah, he's my emotional support, whatever. When real people with real problems don't have that or can't get that. Yeah, man. It's not the same. Remember one time you couldn't even go into business class dressed a certain way, much less first class. Now that has changed also. Alright, 800 feet to go to top a climb. Good call. Now let's see. Pop that out. Hit the range. Alright, top of descent is going to be right before LAX. 160 miles away. Good to go. Sounds just about right. I know we have these pop-out panels and windows. I really don't use it. I'd rather look around the cockpit. But they come in very handy though. They're nice in this plane.
That's 2806, contact Los Angeles Center 133.55. Good.
LA Center 133.55, good day. Ooh, scene reload. There we go.
That's 2806, contact Los Angeles Center 133.55.
133.55, good day. Delta 2806.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a small freeze there. 133.55, LA Center. Throttle and show.
134.2.
Oh, Geneva is online. LA Center, Delta 2806, flight level 330.
Delta 2806, Los Angeles Center, thank you.
My frame just dropped there. Looks like we're loading in a tile or something. Wow.
Another A5 Romeo 0 circle approach, Burbank altimeter 3019er.
Yeah, we're loading in some scenery or something because that frame is dropping. Alright.
And I heard a mic he loaded.
Coming up on the transition. Straight down to LAX, then we're going to start our descent. Short and sweet flight.
Cirrus 119er, Mike Kilo, SoCal approach squawk 7425, Ida.
Yeah, SimBrief, John, definitely give you a higher cruise altitude than you can reach. It's overly optimistic for some reason. A lot of times I'll catch it and change it before I file the flight plan, but sometimes it gets through like now. But yeah, I always like, look, anything hour and a half, yeah, or more, you can do 370, 380. Anything less than an hour and a half, yeah, you're not going to make it up there in time. You're just not. That's ambitious.
119er, Mike Kilo, your radar contact 5 miles east of San Gabriel Airport, Ontario altimeter 3019er.
And before we get to top of descent, let me pull up the ATIS for San Diego. 51. We have some time to go, but
American
I'll pull up that ATIS
537, so
and
got
see.
departure, verify you are climbing via the SID, except maintaining 15,000.
Nice and green down here.
American 537, thank you. Radar contact.
I think my next couple of flights I'm going to be doing on the East Coast. Fort Lauderdale, Miami, Atlanta, Boston is nice to fly into. On Vatsi, they're very professional up there. I have the New York scenery for Uzbeki design. That's nice to fly into. I'm going to do some more flights on the East Coast again. I think the reason why I stay out west so much is because of Pilot Edge. I love the ATC coverage, but I'm going to do some more streams on the East Coast and showcase those airports. I have ortho scenery all the way from Miami up to New York. Actually, I think Key West to New York I have ortho scenery. It's nice to look at too. DC, Druzhbeki scenery I have, and that DC scenery is nice. Yeah, if you do the river visual approach into DC, you're looking at the monuments and the National Mall and stuff. It's pretty cool.
Departure.
Yeah, definitely I'm gonna make an effort to do the East Coast my next couple of flights. Alright, let's go ahead, pull up the ATIS early, make sure we have it.
Wind 270 at 5. Visibility 10. Sky clear below 2000. Temperature 13. 2.2. Altimeter 3024. Visual approach runway 27, in use. Departing runway 27. Read back all runway assignments, and hold short instructions. All VFR departures, contact clearance delivery with your aircraft type, initial heading, and requested cruise altitude. Operate transponder with mode C on all taxiways and runways. Advise on initial contact you have Papa. Lindbergh Field Information Papa. 0351 Zulu. Wind 270 at 5.
Alright, information Papa. Let's see, 134.8. Let me just try that frequency here. See if that works for the ATIS 2. Nope, doesn't work, but it's a real life number. Alright. Yeah, yeah, John. On Pilot Edge, I think there's probably only like maybe 6 or 7 controllers in total. I could be wrong. I'm not sure, but you pretty much know their voice, know their temperament. Each of them are different in terms of how they handle traffic and handle people. You know, it's just like real world. When you go from sector to sector, but yeah, you get to know and know how they operate their flights and stuff. What they allow you to get away with and what they don't. But just for the coverage, and the way it's ran with real world charts, you know. For instance, earlier I was on Vatsim, I have to look at the little icon, the little pop-up window to see what frequency you are. With this, you're looking at a real world chart. And on the real world chart, it's showing you the frequency that real world airplanes use. And so all you gotta do is have the charts, pull it up, and that's your frequency. You know, it's no guessing.
American 537 Los Angeles Center, climb and receive flight level 230.
For instance, let's see. I think we're doing the Hubrid
Put there
arrival.
5 Romeo Sierra, remain outside Van Nuys Delta airspace, contact Burbank Tower 118.
There it is. Hubbard 1 arrival we're doing. And if you look at the Hubbard 1 arrival, it says that's the ATIS, 134.8, and the flight altitude and stuff like that. And it also will give you the frequency of the controller in that area. Same thing with the ground chart. Let's do this. Let's flip it around. Gives you the frequency here. Clearance frequency is 125.9. Ground frequency is the tower frequency. That's all real world stuff. You know, these charts you should not use for real world flights, but they are just the charts that they use in the real world. So, Pilot Edge is for guys and people who are actually practicing to become real world pilots. You know, instead of spending thousands of dollars, you do need real world training, don't get me wrong, but on your off days when you're not flying, you can come and practice procedures and practice the radio calling and stuff. One of the guys who streamed, Cat Strader, he's on Twitch. He just got his PPL, and he's been on pilot edge for a long time, practicing and flying on Vatsi. And he said one of the things that went smooth for him was using the radios. And his instructor was impressed with him because he handled the radios easily. And this is because of X-Plane. This is because of flight simming. Now flying physical is a different thing because it's a real airplane with real feel, and you know it's different. But as far as being comfortable with the radios and stuff, that's why ATC allows you to do. That's what Pilot Edge allows you to do, is be comfortable with the real world procedures and how they call it. So when they yell at people sometimes, well, not yell, when they correct people a lot of times and stuff, it's not because they're mean, it's because they want you to get better and they want you to do the thing the right way. Vatsim, it depends on who's controlling, it's hit or miss. I know Boston is really on point when it comes to controlling, you know, and another guy who controls LA, he's really on point, and they will correct you when you're doing it wrong and stuff. So, but it's really good though. I like flying online. I could never use X-Plane's built-in ATC program. I think I tried it one time, and to me it was just garbage. And based on what I see online, people think it still is. You know, flying and having a physical person on the other side talking to you, it's much more intense and much more nerve-wracking sometimes to do and have, but it's fun. I guess we're all into flight sims for the immersion, and for me, ATC, live ATC is part of the immersion. Just like a good plane, good weather, good scenery, good ATC. Get better than that. I like that immersion, man. Yeah, and you guys have seen the cabin already, right? Did I show it to you? This Delta livery that I'm flying comes, they made the seats for this cabin and stuff. It's pretty good. It is very nice actually. And then they have the business class seats up here that they made, and the seat backs have the screens in them. Yeah, it's pretty good. And you can actually even hear the sound when you move through the cabin for this airplane. Further back you go, the engine gets louder beside the engine. And then when you're behind the engine, it's a different sound altogether.
Los Angeles Center, American 537, level 23,000.
American 537, Los Angeles Center, climb and maintain flight level 330.
Up to 330, American 537.
Yeah, very well modeled cabin. I like it. Right? People don't know what they have these days, man, with having online. I try to explain this hobby to people sometimes. They're like, you do flying online? I'm like, yeah. I say it's all simulated, but it's all real world. These guys get fun out of being ATC, just like how we get fun out of being pilots on a simulator. Yeah, the CRJ is nice. It's older, and I heard, I think they're working on the update for it to bring it more up to date with the graphics and things like that. For X-Plane level standard, and once that comes out, I'll see. I know the sound package is good. BSS did a sound pack for it, which is like, they did real recordings of CRJ airplanes, and that's one airplane that I've flown on too. Noisy in the back, quiet up front. Delta I have a whole bunch of them that they take on short hops. And one thing I must say, man, California is heavy on the frame rates because of the mountains and the ortho scenery out here. It is frame rate heavy out here.
720, go contact Point Magoo, approach 124.7.
Alright, where is my descent? Coming up in about 50 miles, 50 something miles.
Delta 2806, cross 20 miles south of Los Angeles VOR at maintain flight level 240.
cross 20 miles south of the LAX VOR, flight level 240, Delta 2806. Ah, interesting crossing. So, she wants me to cross 20 miles south of LA at 240.
Series Job 3572 Tango Point Bigger Approach, Oxnard, altimeter 3020.
How can I put a 20-mile ring around LAX? I don't know how to do it in the Airbus.
American 537 would like direct Los Angeles.
Okay, 20 miles south of LA, 240.
We're turning right now for
There should be a way you could put a ring in around a fix. Don't know how to do it. I gotta go look that up. This is how I learn. Okay, but there should be another way to do that. By extending the range so I can see LAX. So LAX is here. All we gotta do is use the range rings. This is 20 miles here, 20 mile here, 20 miles. So once we get closer, we go 20 miles by the ring, cross at 240. Alright, not a problem. We're not ready to descent yet, but descent is coming up soon. In the Boeing, I know how to put a ring around a fix and then use that ring to do your descent planning. Don't know how to do it in Airbus yet. Yeah, this plane is way more in depth at studying stuff. I gotta go back to the drawing board, man. Yeah, let's go ahead and put in 240 for now. We won't execute it yet, but at least we'll remember the altitude. And let's go ahead and set up the perf for the arrival. There we go. Alright. So we did the ATIS already. It's 3024. Temperature was 13 degrees, just like when we left. The wind was 270 at 5. Yeah, 270 at 5. $18,000 transition altitude. Get rid of one of those zeros. There we go. And the minimum descent altitude for runway 27 is what? Let's find out. Localizer 27. MDA for 27 is 680 feet. Alright, perfect. We really won't need it because the weather is nice, but plug it in anyway. Alright, so we got all our approach businesses in and taken care of. It's good. Man, this scenery is killing my frames, Jesus. It's bad, even on a clear day. It's funny, we flew up here in the Zibo, did way better on frames than this plane is. Yeah, this plane is much harder in frames. Yeah, way harder. It's all good. LAX 265. Alright. Coming up on LAX soon. Let's put on the airport. Burbank's out there. Smo, LAX is coming up. Let's see. you can insert a VOR and DB airport runway waypoint as fix and define a circle or a radial. You have multiple pages, so you can also define more than one fix. Ah, okay. I'm gonna learn how to do that. I just got to one of the waypoints and press the line select key to the left of the waypoint. You are now in the lateral revision page, and there's an option called Fix Info. Press the LSK to that. Let's see. Let's take a look at it. Alright. So, here we go. We got that. Fix Info. Press Fix Info. Fix Info. Is it this page? Huh.
Sky 43 X-ray Sierra, Stucco approach.
Or are we talking about the Boeings here? Maybe it's not in this airplane yet.
Sierra Jet
All right.
72 Eagle contact SoCal approach 134.2.
Yeah, that's probably how we would do it in the Boeing. Definitely. Fix Info. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look that up. Not gonna screw with it. Crash the FMC. I don't want to do that. Oh, where are we? Ah, that's nice. Yeah, we are over a big city here. Wow, the humanity. Okay, here's LAX right there. I'm gonna go ahead and start the descent right now. Manage descent.
Sierra Jet 35272 Table SoCal approach Burbank altimeter 3019er.
There we go. Alright, hold it down. Good. Alright, start our descent now.
43 X-ray Sierra, SoCal approach, how to read?
Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, we're just about to begin our descent, and I will be turning on the seatbelt sign.
Ah, the right fix is how you do it in the Boeing. Okay. Alright.
Thank you.
Sky 43 X-ray Sierra, I think you might have missed or you didn't miss a
Alright,
frequency
right
change
now
topic, SoCal approach
240 is going to put us, there's LAX,
Actually,
we need
contact
20
SoCal
miles,
approach
so we need to
124.9er.
do a more aggressive descent to get to 240. So let's go on open descent and set it 2,000 feet a minute. Let's try that. Let's take off the airport. LAX is here, 20 miles south. So yeah, we're a little high. We should have been ascending more aggressively than this to pass at 240. It's fine. Bring out the speed brakes just to
Los Angeles altimeter
meet that
3021,
constraint.
and you're actually over Seal Beach VOR.
So
turn
we're gonna
right
hit it
heading
at 30
350
miles out instead of
to
20 miles out. It's coming down.
West.
Yeah, we can be a little bit more aggressive on the descent at 3,000 feet a minute.
X-ray 0, descend maintain 4,000, expect visual approach runway 25 left.
Alright, normal. And we should be flying over LAX right now, I think.
Sirius Jet
Yep,
720
there we
is
are.
not for you.
There's LA.
American 537
And
crossing
there's
my
airplanes at the
maintain
gate.
level 240.
Wow.
Alright, cross my
Nice.
descent 240.
Flying over LA. You can see the airport outline different from the regular ortho. Yeah, this scenery is killing my graphic, my frames. Wow. Certainly is.
Sorry, say again.
Alright, we're always going to make the constraint 20 miles south of LA VOR is here.
43 X-ray steering negative.
And we're coming up on it good for that descent, so we're going to be good. We're going to be alright.
350, descend and maintain 4,000.
So we got a tailwind, so it's pushing us along even further, but we're going to make that 20-mile ring from LA. Perfect.
Airspace. Burbank Airport, 12 o'clock and 15 miles.
Alright, we caught it, and we're going to make a constraint. There goes Catalina Island over here. We flew past that about 2 hours ago on the way down. Let's come back on the descent here. Feet a minute. Bring back up the speed brakes. Good to go. Perfect.
Jet 72 Tango, thank you. Contact Burbank Tower 118.7. Got 3 X-rays here at Los Angeles Airport after 9 o'clock, 12 miles report in sight.
So a little bit of manual flying here with this bird, just to get it back on the required constraint that was asked for. And she should be handing me off or giving me further descent instructions here soon. Yeah, frames are dying over here. We are below the VNAV path anyway, which is here, which is good, so that's going to come up and catch us. So we'll be on profile and we'll put it back into managed. Here we go. So we're level at flat level 240.
Level 2806, contact Los Angeles Center 128.6.
LA Center 128.6. Good day. Los Angeles Center Delta 2806, flat level 240.
Sky 3 X-rays, thank you. Clear visual approach, runway 25 left. Establish final contact tower 120.95.
Uh-oh, we're gonna have to wait. It's so beautiful, man.
Level 2806. Los Angeles Center, Palomar, altimeter 3021.
Palomar altimeter 3021, Delta 2806. Alright, let's look at the approach here. See what our crossing altitudes are. LA Center, Hugh Bridge.
Level 2806, cross Cardi at maintain 15,000.
Cross Cardi at 15,000, Delta 2806. 15 at Cardi. Let's see, Cardi. 15,000 is in. Good. So we can do our manage descent. Bring us down. Good to go. Here we go. And Cardi's coming up here. And we have a 15,000 constraint. Perfect. Alright, love it when a plan comes together. Alright, so we continue our descent here. See if the 8 has changed at all from when we got it. See if it updated a little bit.
Taxiways and runways. Advise on initial contact you have Papa.
Still
Lindbergh
Papa.
Field information Papa. 0351 Zulu.
Alright, ATIS is still Papa, so we're good. Ah, okay. So that instructions was for a Boeing. Okay, no problem. I'm gonna look it up for the Airbus and see, man. I need to know. What do we have down here? A little sailboat. Yep. That's what it is. Nice. I think we saw those boats on the way up. It's such a lovely day down in LA today. Look at this coastline, man. Wow. Can't ask for any more than that. And this route up here, it's called a tech route. Between north and south is always busy with GA airplanes going up and down here at low altitude. In real life. And in pilot edge during the daytime. Yeah, it's always busy. Tons of planes. Always busy there. There's so many little airports in and out of Southern California, it's not even funny. Alright, let's bring on the fasten seatbelt signs here. Get him sit down, get him prepared. Coming up on the transition altitude. .3031 she said it was. Or do I have 3024? That's San Diego, let's put that in there. Good to go. More drag, no problem. You got it. There we go. Half. Spoilers half. Never seen that before. More drag. Interesting. Okay. Bringing the speed back down within the speed profile. We're a little bit high off the profile anyway, so it's asking for more drag. No problem. There we go. Altitude required, and the speed will come down. We're set to 15,000. So if you're sitting on the left side of the airplane, you get to see all of this. Sitting on the right side of the airplane, you get to look at the ocean the entire way. That don't seem to be fair. Alright, bring back speed brakes in. Don't need them. The scenery is so beautiful, man. Yeah, I would recommend that you get Explain from the explain.com website. Steam seems a little cumbersome with the updates and the betas and things like that. Explain.com, you download it from there. You get the demo from there. Then you download it from there. You have it on your computer. Every couple of months it checks, make sure that it's legal copy, but you know.
2806 contact SoCal approach 119.6.
SoCal approach 119.6. Good day. 119.6.
American 537 contact Los Angeles Center 134.65.
Come on, here we go. We got Popper. SoCal approach, Delta 2806, descending via the Hubbard 1 arrival, 15,000 with Papa.
Delta 2806, SoCal approach number altimeter 3027 after Cardi descend maintain 7000. Expect visual approach runway 27.
Altimeter 3727 and expect the visual runway 27. I didn't get the altitude after Cardi.
Delta 2806, descend maintain 7000.
7,000 after Cardi, Delta 2806. Alright, and go into 7,000. And we are at Cardi now, so we are going to be descending. There you
American 537, Los Angeles Center, Las Vegas, altimeter 3007, cross Clar at maintain 3000.
Yeah, I'll definitely recommend getting X-Plane from xplane.com instead of Steam, unless you already have a Steam account or something. It just seems simpler with the file structure and everything that you have. And of course you could try to demo copy right there and download it right there. I love flying down this coast, man. This coastline is awesome. This is nice. Alright, 7,000 Cardi. At 10,000 we're going to reduce speed to 250 knots. Perfect. We're a little bit off the profile. Bring out the speed brakes and bring us back on profile a little bit. And here's San Diego. Right in front of us. That's the airport. That's runway 27. So we're going to end up going downwind, going all the way out to the mountains, coming back, lining up for the visual, and come back this way and land. Should probably cut it short for us, but it's going to be hand flying day today, so can't auto land, can't ILS land, can't VOR land. We just got to manually land this on a day like today, and hopefully not slam it into the ground. This is beautiful weather. I can't. This is nice. I don't remember the last time I've seen just this clarity out here. Bringing back the speed brakes. Speed brakes coming in. Perfect. Alright, 10,250 knots. Let's slow it down real quick. Use the brakes again to do that. And let's bring on the lights. Tractable lights can come out. Ding the flight attendants, 10,000 feet. We're at 250 knots. Descent continuing. Putting back the speed brake. Good. Gorgeous. Nice. Look at the coastline, man. That's beautiful. I think I've flown into San Diego maybe once in my life. Didn't have the sense of mind to pay attention, or maybe it was at night when I came in, I don't know. Airport, downtown, heading downwind and come back and land on that runway. So we should be getting altitude and vectors here soon. You know what, I'm gonna drop us down and manage the speed here. We're at 250 knot. I want to start slowing down this airplane. Bring it down to 210. So that we can get that visual quicker. Wow, awesome, beautiful. There's that aircraft carrier down here, or that cruise ship, sorry. There's the aircraft carrier right there. Right in the bay. There's our field. Alright, speed is down. We can put the speed brakes back in. Should be getting some headings now soon. We're at 7,000.
Delta 2806, line heading 090, contact SoCal approach 124.35.
090 124.35, good day. Come on, sorry. 090
Skyhawk 77
12435.
7 Charlie Whiskey, turn right heading 130, contact SoCal approach 128.1.
These frequency changes. SoCal approach, Delta 2806 with Papa on the Hoobid on arrival, 7,000.
Skyhawk 77 Charlie, just confirm it's a heading 130.
Approach Delta 2806, 7,000, Hoobid on arrival, heading 090.
Delta 2806, SoCal approach, number altimeter 3024. We're going to do something a little different here. Make a left turn, heading 170, descend and maintain 3,800.
Left turn 170, descend and maintain 3,800, Delta 2806. Yep, she had me too high.
47332, SoCal departure, radar contact.
So let's go down here. .2,000 feet a minute. She's going to make me a left, bring me back around to the right once I get to where I need to get to. I bring out
Sky 7 Charlie
one notch of
will be
flaps
at the 128.
so I can maintain the speed in this descent.
American 537, contact Las Vegas approach 125.9er.
As long as she doesn't run me into a mountain. Ah, look at this golf course right here. It's beautiful. Wow. Nice. I might need a little bit of speed brakes too, coming down a little fast. There we go. Slow us down a little bit. Yeah, I know. And she should be spinning us around back to the right again. 1,500 feet a minute. Let's go back. There we go.
Okay, 777 Charlie Whiskey.
Ease up on the descent. Get the speed under control. Thousand feet a minute then.
American 537, Las Vegas approach, altimeter 3007, descend via Capex 6 arrival, expect visual approach runway 1 and left, and I tell you what, fly heading 060, descend maintain 7,000.
Alright, speed base can come back in, and we are at close to our 3,800. She's going to circle us around this mountain, I guess. Because that looks awfully close,
Delta 2806, so it's supposed to be a turn all the way around to the south, 170. Cover maintain 5,000, low altitude alert, minimum safe altitude in your segments 5,000. Now make a right turn heading 240.
Up to 5,000, right heading 240, Delta 2806. Yeah, I didn't hear her say that. Yep, awfully close to these mountains. Let's push it up. And just to verify, that was a right turn heading 140, Delta 2806.
Delta 2806, 240, 240.
240, Delta 2806. Thank you.
Sky 332, fly heading 160.
I gotta go back and listen to that transmission again. I swear she said the heading I had. This plane, man, there's always something going on with it. Wow. Almost ran me into a mountain. That was a low altitude alert. Yep, that's the hill. I know she's gonna send me around it. Alright, but I didn't panic. Got it back up to 5,000 feet. We'll take that. Now she can line me up with the localizer coming up. Localizer's gonna be here. Okay. Let me arm the loc from now. Wow. Okay. She was gonna spin me around to the left. Why? Okay. That would be definitely something different. Don't know what that was all about. Okay. Not a problem.
Sky 7 Charlie Whiskey. Looks like you leveled at 3,000. What was the altitude restriction you were given for clearance?
Alright, 240 on the heading.
Sky 7 Charlie Whiskey.
Airport
can you tell me why you're level at
is
3,000 then?
here. Okay, so we should be making another right turn to pick up the localizer.
Sky 332, fly heading 130, contact Soco approach 128.1.
And we got traffic out there. Lots of them.
Delta 2806, Lindbergh Airport's off your 1 to 2 o'clock, 17 miles, report in sight. Fly heading 265.
I have the field in sight, fly heading 265, Delta 2806.
Delta 2806, clear visual approach, runway 27, 5 mile final, contact tower 118.3.
Clear for the visual, 5 mile final, contact tower 118.3, Delta 2806.
American 537, turn left, heading
Okay, so we're going to do the visual.
360.
Should I take it now or take it later?
American 537,
let's
the
go out some
airport
more,
is
then I'll take
currently
it
off
over.
your 10 o'clock, 17 miles upon rollout. Will be
Reduce
probably
speed to
about
180
11 o'clock,
knots.
17 miles reporting site.
Okay. Flaps are in. So we got flap 1, flap 2, speed's coming down. Don't overspeed it.
Centurion 210 Echo
And
uniform,
we're
Stanley Tower,
field's
wind
dead ahead.
3007,
Perfect.
runway 29.
5 miles out, we're going to be calling the tower. And this is the 5 mile ring here, so when we get to that, we'll be calling the tower. Good to go. Alright. Landing.
Sky 7 Charlie Whiskey, do you have
Full config, VLS is 128. QFE is fine. 128 was 5, 132.
Okay.
Alright.
Sky 7 Charlie Whiskey, Roger, turn left, right.
Taking over right now.
Beach at 4000, cleared ILS, runway 20 right approach.
Alright, we got manual control. 160.
American 537, descend and maintain 5000.
Bringing all the
American
landing lights.
537, the airport's now 12 o'clock and 12 miles. American 537, clear visual approach, runway 1 left, and establish
good.
final contact tower 118.75.
And we are going to be visual.
Cabin crew, please prepare cabin for landing. Please prepare cabin for landing. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now on our final approach. I'd like to thank all of you for flying with us today.
Citation
We appreciate the business and we hope to see you again soon. Thank you.
Runway 25 right, clear for takeoff.
Alright, speed's coming down. 132 for landing. Full config. Alright, let's configure it. Gear downs. Bring back the speed. Flap 3. Alright. Alright, she said 5 miles out, contact the tower. We will do that. And 5 miles out will reduce to the final approach speed. Go around for 27 is straight ahead to the holding point at Cade. Okay. Alright, we're 5 miles out.
Sky 332, approach request.
132.
Sky 332, roger.
Flap
expect
full. Land down. Speed brakes armed. San Diego Tower, Delta 2806, runway 27 visual.
that. Centurion 0 Echo Uniform, contact Santa Barbara departure.
Departure, 0
Delta 2806, Lundberg Tower, wind 010 at 4, runway 27, clear to land.
Runway 27, clear to land, Delta 2806. Alright, 1 right, 3
Las
reds.
Vegas Tower, American 537 is on the visual left.
Or 70 Bravo, contact
Turn
Santa
off the
departure.
flight directors.
Contact departure, 70 Bravo.
Heads
American
out the window.
537, Las Vegas Tower, wind
Speed is
0208,
set.
runway 21 left.
Flat full,
clear to
gear
land.
down 3 green. Speed
Clear to
brake
land on that
arms.
American
Auto
537.
brake low.
Centurion 210 Echo Uniform, Santa Barbara departure, radar contact, turn left direct, San Marcos, climb and maintain 7000. Sky 332, turn left direct, Slow Beach, cross Slow Beach at 4000, cleared ILS runway 23 right.
Alright, 2 whites, 2 reds. 1 notch off center line. We got a crosswind 6 knots right now.
Contact SoCal departure.
Sit up in the seat here.
Terrain.
Yep, I see it.
100 above. Citation 3270 Bravo,
Approaching
departure, radar
27
contact, climb and
minimum.
maintain 6000.
27 confirmed.
Citation 60 Bravo, correction, you're VFR. Maintain appropriate VFR altitudes.
200.
Here goes the sink. Right there.
Sky 7 Charlie Whiskey, traffic slightly left here, 12 o'clock and 4 miles.
Whites, 2 reds
southeast
still.
altitude indicates 2,800, type of now.
100.
Sky 4732, SoCal approach, you still with me?
50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. Retard.
Don't float it. Don't float it. Keep the nose up. There we go.
5,000 feet
Reverse is
remaining.
out. Auto brake is in. Manual braking. Alright. Reverses can come off. We don't stop on a runway. We just roll it out. Alright. I will take that landing any day. So, we're stopping on a runway. Sorry about that. We made it down safe. Alright. Not bad at all. I'll take that landing any day. San Diego Tower, Delta 2806, cleared runway 27.
Delta 2806, taxi to parking via Bravo, remain this frequency. Have a great evening.
Taxi via Bravo, remain this frequency. Thank you very much for your services. Delta 2806.
Pleasure.
Alright.
Resume navigation.
Get that off. Bring on the APU.
Las Vegas Tower, American 537. Clear runway 1 left at sea.
APU spooling up.
Sky 332, did you copy the approach clearance?
And we're going to bring it over to the gate over to the right over here. Stop the clock. 1 hour, 10-minute flight.
You might have lost connection there for
Decent
a second.
weather.
Never got a read back.
Decent landing. I'll take that any
day.
Froze. Awesome.
Just confirm cleared ILS runway.
And we'll put it
20
over
right
here.
Approach cross Silvage 4. That's it.
Take these lights off while we're turning. And strobe can come off also.
Las Vegas Tower, American 537, clear 1 left at sea.
Roger. American 537, taxi to terminal via Sierra Golf Charlie if you need it. Cross runway 1 right at Sierra. Remain this frequency. Have a wonderful evening.
Okay, clear calls for 1 right and to the ramp. Remain this frequency, American 537. Thank you again.
APU bleeds can come on if he's available.
Sky 332, say airspeed.
And we'll take our time and pull it into the spot here. No rush. Terrain radar can come off also.
Sky 332, hate to do this to you, but reduce speed to 115.
A little bit more. Come on, you can do it.
Number 70 Bravo, leaving Bravo airspace.
Alright, I can breathe now. Parking brake on, APU is available.
Sky 7 Charlie Whiskey, say airspeed.
Kill the engines. Here comes the jet bridge. Perfect.
Sky 7 Charlie Whiskey, are you able?
And seatbelt signs can come off. Beacon can come off. Kill all these fuel pumps.
Magic.
We are good to go, folks. Welcome to San Diego. We made it in one piece. And we certainly did. Man. Wow. A crossed play. This is the Flight Factor A320 for X-Plane. And it's the latest add-on that we have. I think easily to say it's the highest study level sim that we have for X-Plane. So it's got the EFB and everything in there ready to go. And it's awesome. Alright. Get some ground power on so we can switch over to it. Ground power available. There it is. And I think this EFB you can pop out. Let's see. There it is. Yeah, I knew you could pop this out.
Roger, can you tell me why you're turning?
And you should be able to resize this EFB also. Let me see something. Stand right here for a sec. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, I've never used this feature before. You can pop it out, you can move it around, and you should be able to resize it. There you go. Ah, perfect. Almost forgot about that. So now, I can open up the doors, get the cargo stuff. I think, yeah, call the cargo loaders. There they are. Awesome. I can open up the front door. Let the passengers off.
That is correct, but looks
Call.
like it looked like you were like
Front doors opening.
eastbound.
There it is.
Like
Perfect.
southeastbound.
And then I can call up the fuel truck.
Are you rejoining the Silvage 049er radio?
Big old fuel truck. Fuel truck that's as big as the plane. Yeah, I forgot that the electronic flight bag you could pop out the airplane and use it. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Understand this is for the I-6, unfortunately.
Yeah, guys. Thank you so much for letting me do this flight with the A320. It was a beautiful flight. I definitely enjoyed it. Absolutely enjoyed flying this plane. Yeah, it's the Flight Factor A320 Ultimate.
Obviously a 10-degree diversion from your
yeah, Black Knight. The weather was definitely an improvement over the last one with the multiple go-arounds and landing in a 26-knot crosswind and you telling me to land the auto land. Because without that, I would have been a hole in the ground.
Roger, keep your speed up as fast as you can. You'd have traffic behind you about your 7 o'clock will be moving to your 6 o'clock as you
turn off pilot edge here.
4.5 miles, also a Skyhawk level 4000. He's set.
Good, perfect. Yeah, Black Knight. That was some epic landing there in Calgary the other night. But this one is much better. With weather like this, I mean, come on. If I can't land in weather like this, I might as well pack up my simming license and go home. You know, definitely. Yeah, John. And yeah, John, turn off HDR rendering in the daytime. In the daytime, it's not necessary. At nighttime, absolutely, you're going to need it. It looks so much better at night with HDR rendering. I mean, it's a must for most of these planes. So, daytime, turn it off. Give yourself some more frames, and don't worry about it. You know. But thank you guys for coming out and following this stream. Thanks for being here with us. Hit that sub button. Tomorrow, I think I'll be streaming. Maybe earlier on in the day tomorrow. I'm East Coast time in the US, so maybe around yeah, early. I'm gonna do an early stream. Probably gonna be the IXCG 737 Classic and then the Zibo again. You know, I love the flight factor, but I've flown this plane so much time. I give it a little bit of break, give it a rest, do some studying, make sure I know exactly how to handle this stuff, and not just try to wing it from time to time. I'll do some reading up and studying on it, but I want to get back in that Zibo and give it some more flying, because the flight from here we did up to San Francisco was a beautiful flight. The plane handled flawlessly. The 737 Classic, I'm just giving it some love because I've basically parked it in the hangar since the Zibo and the flight factor came out. Can't wait for that TBM 900 so I can do some GA flying around Southern California, but it is what it is. But thank you guys for joining me on this stream. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate you guys spending the time and hanging out with me and being here to share it. Alright, so see you guys again tomorrow. If you feel like joining me, I'll give a heads up notice about the time I'm going to start the stream, and jump in, follow along. Lewis, the fuel truck is standard with the plane. It's not a separate ground handling. This stuff comes with the plane. At some point, I'm hoping some of the other ground handling software can work with it, or they change that fuel truck to something simpler, because that's just ridiculous on that fuel truck. It's huge, basically. So yeah, it's too much, man. It's just way too much. This is what we were looking at when we were flying in. Over here, you got a terminal. First of all, you got the boats in the harbor over here, and they're all docked up. This is part of San Diego scenery by Mr. X. This is a freeware scenery. The buildings are part of the scenery. Got the cruise ship, two of them, the big ones, with smoke coming out of the stack or whatever it's coming out of. Oh, you got this ship here. This is a battleship or a destroyer, and this is the aircraft carrier frigate. And see, they have the helicopter hovering right there. Pretty good stuff. And then I think you can land on this this aircraft carrier here. There's a landing pad somewhere. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, a helipad and other things like that. But look at the elevator coming up with the warplanes from down in the bay. Yeah, this elevator goes up and down and brings airplanes from underneath. Yep, that's pretty cool. And this was all built as, there it is, it goes down again. This was all built as part of the scenery out here in San Diego. It's one of the reasons why I just love to fly in here. Oh, I didn't do a replay, did I? No, I didn't. As a matter of fact, let's do a replay from this angle here. Guys, you could have told me. Well, let me disconnect from Pilot Edge first, though. I have to disconnect from Pilot Edge. Alright, where's my airplane? Here we go. Yeah, let's do that replay. And let's go set up for that replay here on this parking structure. And by the way, right on the flight path, there's this Air and Space Museum, which is right there, for real. We're gonna stand right on top of this building and watch the airplane. Let's do this one. Watch the airplane come in. Like people do in real life. Where are we? Speed it up. Here it is. Let's rewind that. Here we go. Let's see how we did this landing. Beautiful livery. Over the towers, which shouldn't be there, by the way. Straighten them up. Not bad. Didn't slam it into the ground. Let's do one more. Let's do one more from down on the runway itself. Sorry. Want to stay right here. Watch it come in. Yeah, too bad this airplane does not have replay sounds, and it won't have replay sounds going forward as far as the developer is concerned. Here's the flare, a little bit too much, but trying to hold it off and not slam it. Nice. Bring the nose down. Sweet. Let's do a tower view. All right, bring it in. Good flare. I had a decent flare on this one. Nice. Guess the more time I spend with this aircraft is the more I'll understand how to land it properly. Good deal, good deal. And then one more from the wing, and we'll call it a night. Yeah, it's nice coming over the highway here, actually on that side. Coming over the buildings and coming over the highway, coming up right here. Here we go. At night it looks good because just the colors are nice with the cars on the runway. With X-plane lighting. Here's the garage. Watch that wing flex. They did the wing flex on this beautifully. The wing flex on this is nice. Here it is right here as he set it down. Look at that wing flex. It's perfect. Not overdone at all. Just perfect. Let's do one more from the other side. Sorry guys. I love watching these. Here we go. It's missing the sounds though, man. Wow. in, bring it in. Yeah, the threshold on this runway is long too, the displaced threshold. There we go, set it down, set it down. Awesome, good. There goes the reversers. Good to go. Alright, that's it guys. We're going to end the stream right here with the airplane taxiing in. Just want to thank you so much for joining me on this stream. I appreciate you guys being here. Hit that subscribe button for me. And I did land with auto throttle, by the way, Lewis. With Boeing, they do advise you not to land with auto throttle. With Airbus, they say it's okay. So I did use the auto throttle. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But it seems to react properly when you pitch the aircraft. The engine doesn't over maneuver itself or over rev itself trying to catch up. So I did land with auto throttle, and then when it says retard, you just pull it back, and then that turns off the auto throttle. So it's a thing. You can land with auto throttle on this airplane, definitely. Yeah, the sound pack coming out is the BSS. I watched the guy's YouTube video who was doing it. He already had some good sounds for it. I'll be honest, the sounds were decent. But he's saying that he's not going to release it yet until the 1.0 software for this airplane come out. Right now he's at 8.8. He said when the 1.0 comes out, he's going to be ready. His software is going to be ready too. But his sound pack is going to be good. And yeah, hopefully they do have sound and a replay on it. Hopefully they do. That would be nice. Alright, bring on some music here. End the stream with. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate it so much. And thank you for being a part of Explain 1972 stream. Hit the like button. And I'll see you all later. Have a good evening.